Herodotus Book 8, Urania. 1. Those of the Hellenes who had been appointed to serve in the fleet were these: the Athenians furnished 127 ships, and the Plataeans moved by valor and zeal for the service, although they had had no practice in seamanship. Yet joined with the Athenians in manning their ships. The Corinthians furnished 40 ships, the Megarians 20, the Chalcidians manned 20 ships with which the Athenians furnished them. The Aeginetans furnished 18 ships, the Siconians 12, the Lacedaemonians 10, the Epidaurians 8, the Eretrians 7, the Troezenians 5, the Styrians 2, the Chians 2 ships and 2 50-oared galleys. While the Locrians of Opus came also to the assistance of the rest with 7 50-oared galleys. 2. These were those who joined in the expedition to Artemis-Ion. And I have mentioned them according to the number of the ships which they severally supplied, so the number of the ships which were assembled at Artemis-Ion was, apart from the 50-oared galleys, 271, and the commander who had the supreme power was furnished by the Spartans. Namely Eurybiades son of Euryclides, since the allies said that they would not follow the lead of the Athenians, but unless a Lacedaemonian were leader they would break up the expedition which was to be made. 3. For it had come to be said at first, even before they sent to Sicily to obtain allies, that the fleet ought to be placed in the charge of the Athenians. So as the allies opposed this, the Athenians yielded, having it much at heart that Hellas should be saved, and perceiving that if they should have disagreement with one another about the leadership, Hellas would perish, and herein they judged rightly, for disagreement between those of the same race is worse than war undertaken with one consent by as much as war is worse than peace. Being assured then of this truth, they did not contend, but gave way for so long time as they were urgently in need of the allies, and that this was so their conduct proved. For when, after repelling the Persian from themselves, they were now contending for his land and no longer for their own, they alleged the insolence of Pausanias as a pretext and took away the leadership from the Lacedaemonians. This however took place afterwards. 4. But at this time these Hellenes also who had come to Artemis-Ion, when they saw that a great number of ships had put into Aphetai and that everything was filled with their armament, were struck with fear. Because the fortunes of the barbarians had different issue from that which they expected, and they deliberated about retreating from Artemis-Ion to the inner parts of Hellas. And the Euboeans perceiving that they were so deliberating, asked Eurybiades to stay there by them for a short time, until they should have removed out of their land their children, and their households. And as they did not persuade him, they went elsewhere and persuaded Themistocles the commander of the Athenians by a payment of 30 talents, the condition being that the fleet should stay and fight the sea battle in front of Euboea. 5. Themistocles then caused the Hellenes to stay in the following manner: to Eurybiades he imparted 5 talents of the sum with the pretence that he was giving it from himself. And when Eurybiades had been persuaded by him to change his resolution, Adimantos son of Okytos, the Corinthian commander, was the only one of all the others who still made a struggle, saying that he would sail away from Artemis-Ion and would not stay with the others. To him therefore Themistocles said with an oath, "Thou at least shalt not leave us, for I will give thee greater gifts than the king of the Medes would send to thee, if thou shouldest desert thy allies." Thus he spoke, and at the same time he sent to the ship of Adimantos 3 talents of silver. So these all had been persuaded by gifts to change their resolution, and at the same time the request of the Euboeans had been gratified and Themistocles himself gained money. And it was not known that he had the rest of the money, but those who received a share of this money were fully persuaded that it had come from the Athenian state for this purpose. 6. Thus they remained in Euboea and fought a sea battle. And it came to pass as follows: when the barbarians had arrived at Aphetai about the beginning of the afternoon, having been informed even before they came that a few ships of the Hellenes were stationed about Artemis-Ion, and now seeing them for themselves, they were eager to attack them, to see if they could capture them. Now they did not think it good yet to sail against them directly for this reason, for fear namely that the Hellenes, when they saw them sailing against them, should set forth to take flight and darkness should come upon them in their flight. And so they were likely, thought the Persians, to get away, whereas it was right, according to their calculation, that not even the fire-bearer should escape and save his life. 7. With a view to this then they contrived as follows: of the whole number of their ships they parted off 200 and sent them round to sail by Caphareus and round Geriastos to the Euripos, going outside Sciathos so that they might not be sighted by the enemy as they sailed round Euboea, and their purpose was that with these coming up by that way, and blocking the enemy's retreat, and themselves advancing against them directly, they might surround them on all sides. Having formed this plan they proceeded to send off the ships which were appointed for this. And they themselves had no design of attacking the Hellenes on that day nor until the signal agreed upon should be displayed to them by those who were sailing round, to show that they had arrived. These ships, I say, they were sending round, and meanwhile they were numbering the rest at Aphetai. 8. During this time, while these were numbering their ships, it happened thus: there was in that camp a man of Scione named Scilias, as a diver the best of all the men of that time, who also in the shipwreck which took place by Pelion had saved for the Persians many of their goods, and many of them also he had acquired for himself. This Scilias it appears had had an intention even before this of deserting to the side of the Hellenes. But it had not been possible for him to do so then. In what manner after this attempt he did actually come to the Hellenes, I am not able to say with certainty, but I marvel if the tale is true which is reported. For it is said that he dived into the sea at Aphetai and did not come up till he reached Artemis Ion, having traversed here somewhere about 80 furlongs through the sea. Now there are told about this man several other tales which seem likely to be false, but some also which are true. About this matter however let it be stated as my opinion that he came to Artemis Ion in a boat. Then when he had come, he forthwith informed the commanders about the shipwreck, how it had come to pass, and of the ships which had been sent away to go round Euboea. 9. Hearing this the Hellenes considered the matter with one another. And after many things had been spoken, the prevailing opinion was that they should remain there that day and encamp on shore, and then, when midnight was past, they should set forth and go to meet those ships which were sailing round. After this however, as no one sailed out to attack them, they waited for the coming of the late hours of the afternoon and sailed out themselves to attack the barbarians, desiring to make a trial both of their manner of fighting and of the trick of breaking their line. 10. And seeing them sailing thus against them with few ships, not only the others in the army of Xerxes but also their commanders judged them to be moved by mere madness, and they themselves also put out their ships to sea, supposing that they would easily capture them. And their expectation was reasonable enough, since they saw that the ships of the Hellenes were few, while theirs were many times as numerous and sailed better. Setting their mind then on this, they came round and enclosed them in the middle. Then so many of the Ionians as were kindly disposed to the Hellenes and were serving in the expedition against their will, counted it a matter of great grief to themselves when they saw them being surrounded and felt assured that not one of them would return home, so feeble did they think the power of the Hellenes to be. While those to whom that which was happening was a source of pleasure, were vying with one another, each one endeavoring to be the first to take an Athenian ship and receive gifts from the king, for in their camps there was more report of the Athenians than of any others. 11. The Hellenes meanwhile, when the signal was given, first set themselves with prows facing the barbarians and drew the sterns of their ships together in the middle. And when the signal was given a second time, although shut off in a small space and prow against prow, they set to work vigorously. And they captured 30 ships of the barbarians and also Phileon the son of Xerxes, the brother of Gorgos kind of the Salaminians, who was a man of great repute in the army. Now the first of the Hellenes who captured a ship of the enemy was an Athenian, Lycomedes the son of Ischreos, and he received the prize for valor. So these, as they were contending in this sea fight with doubtful result, were parted from one another by the coming on of night. The Hellenes accordingly sailed away to Artemis Ion and the barbarians to Aphetai, the contest having been widely different from their expectation. In this sea fight Antidoros of Lemnos alone of the Hellenes who were with the king deserted to the side of the Hellenes, and the Athenians on account of this deed gave him a piece of land in Salamis. 12. When the darkness had come on, although the season was the middle of summer, yet there came on very abundant rain, which lasted through the whole of the night, with crashing thunder from Mount Pelion. And the dead bodies and pieces of wreck were cast up at Aphetai and became entangled round the prows of the ships and struck against the blades of the oars, and the men of the army who were there, hearing these things became afraid. Expecting that they would certainly perish, to such troubles had they come. For before they had had even breathing space after the shipwreck and the storm which had arisen off Mount Pelion, there had come upon them a hard sea fight. And after the sea fight a violent storm of rain and strong streams rushing to the sea and crashing thunder. 13. These then had such a night as I have said. And meanwhile those of them who had been appointed to sail round Euboea experienced the very same night, but against them it raged much more fiercely, inasmuch as it fell upon them while they were making their course in the open sea. And the end of it proved distressful to them. For when the storm and the rain together came upon them as they sailed, being then off the hollows of Euboea, they were borne by the wind not knowing by what way they were carried, and were cast away upon the rocks. And all this was being brought about by God in order that the Persian force might be made more equal to that of the Hellenes and might not be by very much the larger. 14. These then, I say, were perishing about the hollows of Euboea, and meanwhile the barbarians at Aphetai, when day had dawned upon them, of which they were glad, were keeping their ships quiet. And were satisfied in their evil plight to remain still for the present time. But to the Hellenes there came as a reinforcement 53 Athenian ships. The coming of these gave them more courage, and at the same time they were encouraged also by a report that those of the barbarians who had been sailing round Euboea had all been destroyed by the storm that had taken place. They waited then for the same time of day as before, and then they sailed and fell upon some Cilician ships, and having destroyed these, they sailed away when the darkness came on, and returned to Artemis Ion. 15. On the third day the commanders of the barbarians, being exceedingly indignant that so small a number of ships should thus do them damage, and fearing what Xerxes might do, did not wait this time for the Hellenes to begin the fight, but passed the word of command and put out their ships to sea about the middle of the day. Now it so happened that these battles at sea and the battles on land at Thermopylae took place on the same days. And for those who fought by sea the whole aim of the fighting was concerned with the channel of Euripos. Just as the aim of Leonidas and of his band was to guard the pass, the Hellenes accordingly exhorted one another not to let the barbarians go by into Hellas. While these cheered one another on to destroy the fleet of the Hellenes and to get possession of the straits. 16. Now while the forces of Xerxes were sailing in order towards them, the Hellenes kept quiet at Artemis Ion. And the barbarians, having made a crescent of their ships that they might enclose them, were endeavoring to surround them. Then the Hellenes put out to sea and engaged with them, and in this battle the two sides were nearly equal to one another. For the fleet of Xerxes by reason of its great size and numbers suffered damage from itself, since the ships were thrown into confusion and ran into one another, nevertheless it stood out and did not give way. For they disdained to be turned to flight by so few ships. Many ships therefore of the Hellenes were destroyed and many men perished, but many more ships and men of the barbarians. Thus contending they parted and went each to their own place. 17. In this sea fight the Egyptians did best of the men who fought for Xerxes. And these, besides other great deeds which they displayed, captured 5 ships of the Hellenes together with their crews, while of the Hellenes those who did best on this day were the Athenians, and of the Athenians Cleinias the son of Alcibiades, who was serving with 200 men and a ship of his own, furnishing the expense at his own proper cost. 18. Having parted, both sides gladly hastened to their moorings. And after they had separated and got away out of the sea fight, although the Hellenes had possession of the bodies of the dead and of the wrecks of the ships, yet having suffered severely, and especially the Athenians, of whose ships half had been disabled, they were deliberating now about retreating to the inner parts of Hellas. 19. Themistocles however had conceived that if there should be detached from the force of the barbarians the Ionian and Carian nations, they would be able to overcome the rest. And when the people of Euboea were driving their flocks down to that sea, he assembled the generals and said to them that he thought he had a device by which he hoped to cause the best of the king's allies to leave him. This matter he revealed to that extent only. And with regard to their present circumstances, he said that they must do as follows: every one must slaughter of the flocks of the Euboeans as many as he wanted, for it was better that their army should have them than the enemy. Moreover, he advised that each one should command his own men to kindle a fire, and as for the time of their departure he would see to it in such wise that they should come safe to Hellas. This they were content to do, and forthwith when they had kindled a fire they turned their attention to the flocks. 20. For in fact the Euboeans, neglecting the oracle of Bacchus as if it had no meaning at all, had neither carried away anything from their land or laid in any store of provisions with a view to war coming upon them. And by their conduct moreover they had brought trouble upon themselves. For the oracle uttered by Bacchus about these matters runs as follows. Mark, when a man, a barbarian, shall yoke the sea with papyrus. Then do thou plan to remove the loud bleating goats from Euboea. In the evils which at this time were either upon them or soon to be expected they might feel not a little sorry that they had paid no attention to these lines. 21. While these were thus engaged, there came to them the scout from Trachis, for there was at Artemision a scout named Polyas, by birth of Anticyra, to whom it had been appointed, if the fleet should be disabled, to signify this to those at Thermopylae, and he had a vessel equipped and ready for this purpose. And similarly there was with Leonidas Abronichus son of Lysicles, an Athenian, ready to carry news to those at Artemision with a 30-oared galley, if any disaster should happen to the land army. This Abronichus then had arrived, and he proceeded to signify to them that which had come to pass about Leonidas and his army. And then when they were informed of it no longer put off their retreat, but set forth in the order in which they were severally posted, the Corinthians first and the Athenians last. 22. Themistocles however selected those ships of the Athenians which sailed best, and went round to the springs of drinking water, cutting inscriptions on the stones there, which the Ionians read when they came to Artemision on the following day. These inscriptions ran thus: Ionians, ye act not rightly in making expedition against the fathers of your race and endeavoring to enslave Hellas. Best of all were it that ye should come and be on our side. But if that may not be done by you, stand aside even now from the combat against us and ask the Carians to do the same as ye. If however neither of these two things is possible to be done, and ye are bound down by too strong compulsion to be able to make revolt, then in the action, when we engage battle, be purposely slack. Remember that ye are descended from us and that our quarrel with the barbarian took its rise at the first from you. Themistocles wrote thus, having, as I suppose, two things together in his mind, namely that either the inscriptions might elude the notice of the king and cause the Ionians to change and come over to the side on which he was, or that having been reported and denounced to Xerxes they might cause the Ionians to be distrusted by him, and so he might keep them apart from the sea fights. 23. Themistocles then had set these inscriptions, and to the barbarians there came immediately after these things a man of Histiaea in a boat bringing word of the retreat of the Hellenes from Artemision. They however, not believing it, kept the messenger under guard and sent swift sailing ships to look on before. Then these having reported the facts, at last as daylight was spreading over the sky, the whole armament sailed in a body to Artemision. And having stayed at this place till midday, after this they sailed to Histiaea, and there arrived they took possession of the city of Histiaea and overran all the villages which lie along the coast in the region of Elopia, which is the land of Histiaea. 24. While they were there, Xerxes, after he had made his dispositions with regard to the bodies of the dead, sent a herald to the fleet, and the dispositions which he made beforehand were as follows, for all those of his army who were lying dead at Thermopylae, and there were as many as 20,000 in all. With the exception of about 1,000 whom he left, he dug trenches and buried them, laying over them leaves and heaping earth upon them, that they might not be seen by the men of the fleet. Then when the herald had gone over to Histiaea, he gathered an assembly of the whole force and spoke these words: Allies, King Xerxes grants permission to any one of you who desires it, to leave his post and to come and see how he fights against those most senseless men who look to overcome the power of the king. 25. When the herald had proclaimed this, then boats were of all things most in request, so many were they who desired to see this sight. And when they had passed over they went through the dead bodies and looked at them, and every one supposed that those who were lying there were all Lacedaemonians or Thespians, though the Helots also were among those that they saw, however. They who had passed over did not fail to perceive that Xerxes had done that which I mentioned about the bodies of his own dead. For in truth it was a thing to cause laughter even, on the one side there were seen 1,000 dead bodies lying, while the others lay all gathered together in the same place, 4,000 of them. During this day then they busied themselves with looking, and on the day after this they sailed back to the ships at Histiaea, while Xerxes and his army set forth upon their march. 26. There had come also to them a few deserters from Arcadia, men in want of livelihood and desiring to be employed. These the Persians brought into the king's presence and inquired about the Hellenes, what they were doing. And one man it was who asked them this for all the rest. They told them that the Hellenes were keeping the Olympic festival and were looking on at a contest of athletics and horsemanship. He then inquired again, what was the prize proposed to them, for the sake of which they contended, and they told them of the wreath of olive which is given. Then Tigranes the son of Artabanos uttered a thought which was most noble, though thereby he incurred from the king the reproach of cowardice, for hearing that the prize was a wreath and not money, he could not endure to keep silence. But in the presence of all he spoke these words, Ah! Mardonios, what kind of men are these against whom thou hast brought us to fight, who make their contest not for money but for honor? Thus was it spoken by this man. 27. In the meantime, so soon as the disaster at Thermopylae had come about, the Thessalians sent a herald forthwith to the Phocians, against whom they had a grudge always. But especially because of the latest disaster which they had suffered, for when both the Thessalians themselves and their allies had invaded the Phocian land not many years before this expedition of the king, they had been defeated by the Phocians and handled by them roughly. For the Phocians had been shut up in Mount Parnassus, having with them a soothsayer, Teleas the Elean. And this Teleas contrived for them a device of the following kind: he took 600 men, the best of the Phocians, and whitened them over with chalk, both themselves and their armor, and then he attacked the Thessalians by night, telling the Phocians beforehand to slay every man whom they should see not colored over with white. So not only the sentinels of the Thessalians, who saw these first, were terrified by them, supposing it to be something portentous and other than it was, but also after the sentinels the main body of their army. So that the Phocians remained in possession of 4,000 bodies of slain men and shields, of which last they dedicated half at Abai and half at Delphi. And from the tithe of booty got by this battle were made the large statues which are contending for the tripod in front of the temple at Delphi, and others similar to these are dedicated as an offering at Abai. 28. Thus had the Phocians done to the Thessalian footmen, when they were besieged by them. And they had done irreparable hurt to their cavalry also, when this had invaded their land, for in the pass which is by Hyampolis they had dug a great trench and laid down in it empty wine jars. And then having carried earth and laid it on the top and made it like the rest of the ground, they waited for the Thessalians to invade their land. These supposing that they would make short work with the Phocians, riding in full course fell upon the wine jars, and there the legs of their horses were utterly crippled. 29. Bearing then a grudge for both of these things, the Thessalians sent a herald and addressed them thus: Phocians, we advise you to be more disposed now to change your minds and to admit that ye are not on a level with us, for in former times among the Hellenes, so long as it pleased us to be on that side, we always had the preference over you. And now we have such great power with the barbarian that it rests with us to cause you to be deprived of your land and to be sold into slavery also. We however, though we have all the power in our hands, do not bear malice, but let there be paid to us 50 talents of silver in return for this, and we will engage to avert the dangers which threaten to come upon your land. 30. Thus the Thessalians proposed to them, for the Phocians alone of all the people in those parts were not taking the side of the Medes, and this for no other reason, as I conjecture, but only because of their enmity with the Thessalians. And if the Thessalians had supported the cause of the Hellenes, I am of opinion that the Phocians would have been on the side of the Medes. When the Thessalians proposed this, they said that they would not give the money, and that it was open to them to take the Median side just as much as the Thessalians, if they desired it for other reasons. But they would not with their own will be traitors to Hellas. 31. When these words were reported, then the Thessalians, moved with anger against the Phocians, became guides to the barbarian to show him the way, and from the land of Trachis they entered Doris. For a narrow strip of the Dorian territory extends this way, about 30 furlongs in breadth, lying between Malis and Phocis, the region which was in ancient time called Dryopis. This land is the mother country of the Dorians in Peloponnese. Now the barbarians did not lay waste this land of Doris when they entered it, for the people of it were taking the side of the Medes, and also the Thessalians did not desire it. 32. When however from Doris they entered Phocis, they did not indeed capture the Phocians themselves. For some of them had gone up to the heights of Parnassos, and that summit of Parnassos is very convenient to receive a large number, which lies by itself near the city of Neon, the name of it being Titharia. To this, I say. Some of them had carried up their goods and gone up themselves. But most of them had conveyed their goods out to the Ozolian Locrians, to the city of Amphissa, which is situated above the Crisaean plain. The barbarians however overran the whole land of Phocis, for so the Thessalians led their army, and all that they came to as they marched they burned or cut down, and delivered to the flames both the cities and the temples. 33. For they laid everything waste, proceeding this way by the river Cephisos, and they destroyed the city of Drymos by fire, and also the following, namely Caradra, Irokos, Tethronian, Amphikia, Neon, Pediais, Tridius, Elatea, Hyampolis. Peripotamioi and Abai, at which last-named place there was a temple of Apollo, wealthy and furnished with treasuries and votive offerings in abundance. And there was then, as there is even now, the seat of an oracle there. This temple they plundered and burnt. Some also of the Phocians they pursued and captured upon the mountains, and some women they did to death by repeated outrage. 34. Passing by Peripotamioi the barbarians came to Panopeus, and from this point onwards their army was separated and went different ways. The largest and strongest part of the army, proceeding with Xerxes himself against Athens, entered the land of the Boeotians, coming into the territory of Orchomenos. Now the general body of the Boeotians was taking the side of the Medes, and their cities were being kept by Macedonians appointed for each, who had been sent by Alexander. And they were keeping them this aim, namely in order to make it plain to Xerxes that the Boeotians were disposed to be on the side of the Medes. 35. These, I say, of the barbarians took their way in this direction. But others of them with guides had set forth to go to the temple at Delphi, keeping Parnassos on their right hand, and all the parts of Phocis over which these marched they ravaged, for they set fire to the towns of Panopeus and Daulis and Iolis. And for this reason they marched in that direction, parted off from the rest of the army. Namely in order that they might plunder the temple at Delphi and deliver over the treasures there to King Xerxes, and Xerxes was well acquainted with all that there was in it of any account, better, I am told, than with the things which he had left in his own house at home, seeing that many constantly reported of them, and especially of the votive offerings of Croesus the son of Aliax. 36. Meanwhile the Delphians, having been informed of this, had been brought to extreme fear. And being in great terror they consulted the oracle about the sacred things, whether they should bury them in the earth or carry them forth to another land. But the god forbade them to meddle with these, saying that he was able by himself to take care of his own. Hearing this they began to take thought for themselves, and they sent their children and women over to Achaia on the other side of the sea. While most of the men themselves ascended up towards the summits of Parnassos and carried their property to the Corycian cave, while others departed for refuge to Amphissa of the Locrians. In short the Delphians had all left the town excepting 60 men and the prophet of the oracle. 37. When the barbarians had come near and could see the temple, then the prophet, whose name was Acharatos, saw before the cell arms lying laid out, having been brought forth out of the sanctuary, which were sacred and on which it was not permitted to any man to lay hands. He then was going to announce the portent to those of the Delphians who were still there, but when the barbarians pressing onwards came opposite the temple of Athene Pronia, There happened to them in addition portents yet greater than that which had come to pass before, for though that too was a marvel, that arms of war should appear of themselves laid forth outside the cell, yet this, which happened straightway after that, is worthy of marvel even beyond all other prodigies. When the barbarians in their approach were opposite the temple of Athene Pronaia, at this point of time from the heaven there fell thunderbolts upon them. And from Parnassus 2 crags were broken away and rushed down upon them with a great crashing noise falling upon many of them, while from the temple of Pronaia there was heard a shout, and a battle cry was raised. 38. All these things having come together, there fell fear upon the barbarians, and the Delphians having perceived that they were flying, came down after them and slew a great number of them, and those who survived fled straight to Boeotia. These who returned of the barbarians reported, as I am informed, that in addition to this which we have said they saw also other miraculous things. For 2 men, they said, in full armor and of stature more than human followed them slaying and pursuing. 39. These 2 the Delphians say were the native heroes Phylacos and Audinos, whose sacred enclosures are about the temple. That of Phylacos being close by the side of the road above the temple of Pronaia and that of Audinos near Castalia under the peak called Hyampia. Moreover the rocks which fell from Parnassus were still preserved even to my time, lying in the sacred enclosure of Athene Pronaia, into which they fell when they rushed through the ranks of the barbarians. Such departure had these men from the temple. 40. Meanwhile the fleet of the Hellenes after leaving Artemis Ion put in to land at Salamis at the request of the Athenians, and for this reason the Athenians requested them to put into Salamis. Namely in order that they might remove out of Attica to a place of safety their children and their wives, and also deliberate what they would have to do. For in their present case they meant to take counsel afresh, because they had been deceived in their expectation. For they had thought to find the Peloponnesians in full force waiting for the barbarians in Boeotia. They found however nothing of this, but they were informed on the contrary that the Peloponnesians were fortifying the isthmus with a wall, valuing above all things the safety of the Peloponnese and keeping this in guard. And that they were disposed to let all else go. Being informed of this, the Athenians therefore made request of them to put in to Salamis. 41. The others then put in their ships to land at Salamis, but the Athenians went over to their own land. And after their coming they made a proclamation that every one of the Athenians should endeavor to save his children and household as best he could. So the greater number sent them to Troezen, but others to Aegina, and others to Salamis, and they were urgent to put these out of danger, both because they desired to obey the oracle and also especially for another reason. Which was this, the Athenians say that a great serpent lives in the temple and guards the Acropolis. And they not only say this, but also they set forth for it monthly offerings, as if it were really there, and the offering consists of a honey cake. This honey cake, which before used always to be consumed, was at this time left untouched. When the priestess had signified this, the Athenians left the city much more and with greater eagerness than before, seeing that the goddess also had, as they supposed, left the Acropolis. Then when all their belongings had been removed out of danger, they sailed to the encampment of the fleet. 42. When those who came from Artemis Ion had put their ships into land at Salamis, the remainder of the naval force of the Hellenes, being informed of this, came over gradually to join them from Troezen, for they had been ordered beforehand to assemble at Pogon, which is the harbor of the Troezenians. There were assembled accordingly now many more ships than those which were in the sea fight at Artemis Ion, and from more cities. Over the whole was set as admiral the same man as at Artemis Ion, namely Eurybiades the son of Euryclides, a Spartan but not of the royal house. The Athenians however supplied by far the greatest number of ships and those which sailed the best. 43. The following were those who joined the muster, from Peloponnese the Lacedaemonians furnishing 16 ships, the Corinthians furnishing the same complement as at Artemis Ion, the Siconians furnishing 15 ships, the Epidaurians 10. The Troezenians 5, the men of Hermion 3, these all, except the Hermionians, being of Doric and Macedonian race and having made their last migration from Aranios and Pindos and the land of Dryopus. But the people of Hermion are Dryopians, driven out by Heracles and the Malians from the land which is now called Doris. 44. These were the Peloponnesians who joined the fleet, and those of the mainland outside the Peloponnese were as follows: the Athenians, furnishing a number larger than all the rest, namely 180 ships, and serving alone. Since the Plataeans did not take part with the Athenians in the sea fight at Salamis, because when the Hellenes were departing from Artemis Ion and come near Chalkis, the Plataeans disembarked on the opposite shore of Boeotia and proceeded to the removal of their households. So being engaged in saving these, they had been left behind. As for the Athenians, in the time when the Pelasgians occupied that which is now called Hellas, they were Pelasgians, being named Cranaoi, and in the time of King Cecrops they came to be called Cecropidai. Then when Erechtheus had succeeded to his power, they had their name changed to Athenians, and after Ion the son of Xuthos became commander of the Athenians, they got the name from him of Ionians. 45. The Megarians furnished the same complement as at Artemision. The Amprachiots came to the assistance of the rest with 7 ships, and the Leucadians with 3, these being by race Dorians from Corinth. 46. Of the islanders the Aeginetans furnished 30, these had also other ships manned, but with them they were guarding their own land, while with the 30 which sailed best they joined in the sea fight at Salamis. Now the Aeginetans are Dorians from Epidaurus, and their island had formerly the name of Oinon. After the Aeginetans came the Chalcidians with the 20 ships which were at Artemis Ion, and the Eretrians with their 7, these are Ionians. Next the Chians, furnishing the same as before and being by race Ionians from Athens. The Naxians furnished 4 ships, they having been sent out by the citizens of their state to join the Persians, like the other islanders. But neglecting these commands they had come to the Hellenes, urged thereto by Democritus, a man of repute among the citizens and at that time commander of a trireme. Now the Naxians are Ionians coming originally from Athens. The Styrians furnished the same ships as at Artemis Ion, and the men of Kithnos 1 ship and 1 50-oared galley, these both being Dryopians. Also the Seriphians, the Siphnians and the Melians served with the rest. For they alone of the islanders had not given earth and water to the barbarian. 47. These all who have been named dwelt inside the land of the Thesprotians and the river Acheron. For the Thesprotians border upon the land of the Amprachiots and Leucadians. And these were they who came from the greatest distance to serve, but of those who dwell outside these limits the men of Croton were the only people who came to the assistance of Hellas in her danger. And these sent 1 ship, of whom the commander was Phalos, a man who had 3 times won victories at the Pythian games. Now the men of Croton are by descent Achaeans. 48. All the rest who served in the fleet furnished triremes, but the Melians, Siphnian and Seriphians 50-oared galleys, the Melians, who are by descent from Lacedaemon, furnished 2, the Siphnians and Seriphians, who are Ionians from Athens. Each one. And the whole number of the ships, apart from the 50-oared galleys, was 378. 49. When the commanders had assembled at Salamis from the states which have been mentioned, they began to deliberate. Eurybiades having proposed that any one who desired it should declare his opinion as to where he thought it most convenient to fight a sea battle in those regions of which they had command. For Attica had already been let go, and he was now proposing the question about the other regions. And the opinions of the speakers for the most part agreed that they should sail to the isthmus and there fight a sea battle in defense of the Peloponnese, arguing that if they should be defeated in the sea battle, supposing them to be at Salamis they would be blockaded in an island, where no help would come to them, but at the isthmus they would be able to land where their own men were. 50. While the commanders from the Peloponnese argued thus, an Athenian had come in reporting that the barbarians were arrived in Attica and that all the land was being laid waste with fire. For the army which directed its march through Boeotia in company with Xerxes, after it had burnt the city of the Thespians, the inhabitants having left it and gone to the Peloponnese, and that of the Plataeans likewise, had now come to Athens and was laying waste everything in those regions. Now he had burnt Thespiae and Plataea because he was informed by the Thebans that these were not taking the side of the Medes. 51. So in 3 months from the crossing of the Hellespont, whence the barbarians began their march, after having stayed there 1 month while they crossed over into Europe, they had reached Attica. In the year when Calliope was archon of the Athenians. And they took the lower city, which was deserted, and then they found that there were still a few Athenians left in the temple, either stewards of the temple or needy persons, who had barred the entrance to the Acropolis with doors and with a palisade of timber and endeavored to defend themselves against the attacks of the enemy, being men who had not gone out to Salamis partly because of their poverty, and also because they thought that they alone had discovered the meaning of the oracle which the Pythian prophetess had uttered to them, namely that the bulwark of wood should be impregnable, and supposed that this was in fact the safe refuge according to the oracle, and not the ships. 52. So the Persians taking their post upon the rising ground opposite the Acropolis, which the Athenians call the Hill of Ares, proceeded to besiege them in this fashion, that is they put tow round about their arrows and lighted it, and then shot them against the palisade. The Athenians who were besieged continued to defend themselves nevertheless, although they had come to the extremity of distress and their palisade had played them false. Nor would they accept proposals for surrender, when the sons of Pisistratos brought them forward, but endeavoring to defend themselves they contrived several contrivances against the enemy. And among the rest they rolled down large stones when the barbarians approached the gates. So that for a long time Xerxes was in a difficulty, not being able to capture them. 53. In time however there appeared for the barbarians a way of approach after their difficulties, since by the oracle it was destined that all of Attica which is on the mainland should come to be under the Persians. Thus then it happened that on the front side of the Acropolis behind the gates and the way up to the entrance, in a place where no one was keeping guard, nor would one have supposed that any man could ascend by this way. Here men ascended by the temple of Aglaros the daughter of Cecrops, although indeed the place is precipitous, and when the Athenians saw that they had ascended up to the Acropolis, some of them threw themselves down from the wall and perished, while others took refuge in the sanctuary of the temple. Then those of the Persians who had ascended went first to the gates, and after opening these they proceeded to kill the suppliants, and when all had been slain by them, they plundered the temple and set fire to the whole of the Acropolis. 54. Then Xerxes, having fully taken possession of Athens, sent to Susa a mounted messenger to report to Artabanos the good success which they had. And on the next day after sending the herald he called together the exiles of the Athenians who were accompanying him, and bade them go up to the Acropolis and sacrifice the victims after their own manner. Whether it was that he had seen some vision of a dream which caused him to give this command, or whether perchance he had a scruple in his mind because he had set fire to the temple. The Athenian exiles did accordingly that which was commanded them. 55. And the reason why I made mention of this I will here declare. There is in this Acropolis a temple of Erectheus, who is said to have been born of the earth, and in this there is an olive tree and a sea, which, according to the story told by the Athenians, Poseidon and Athene, when they contended for the land, set as witnesses of themselves. Now it happened to this olive tree to be set on fire with the rest of the temple by the barbarians. And on the next day after the conflagration those of the Athenians who were commanded by the king to offer sacrifice, saw when they had gone up to the temple that a shoot had run up from the stalk of the tree about a cubit in length. These then made report of this. 56. The Hellenes meanwhile at Salamis, when it was announced to them how it had been as regards the Acropolis of the Athenians, were disturbed so greatly that some of the commanders did not even wait for the question to be decided which had been proposed, but began to go hastily to their ships and to put up their sails, meaning to make off with speed. And by those of them who remained behind it was finally decided to fight at sea in defense of the isthmus. So night came on, and they having been dismissed from the council were going to their ships. 57. And when Themistocles had come to his ship, Niciphalos an Athenian asked him what they had resolved. And being informed by him that it had been determined to take out the ships to the isthmus and fight a battle by sea in defense of the Peloponnese, he said, Then, if they set sail with the ships from Salamis, thou wilt not fight any more sea battles at all for the fatherland. For they will all take their way to their several cities, and neither Eurybiades nor any other man will be able to detain them or to prevent the fleet from being dispersed, and Hellas will perish by reason of evil counsels. But if there by any means, go thou and try to unsettle that which has been resolved, if perchance thou mayest persuade Eurybiades to change his plans, so as to stay here. 58. This advice very much commended itself to Themistocles. And without making any answer he went to the ship of Eurybiades. Having come thither he said that he desired to communicate to him a matter which concerned the common good. And Eurybiades bade him come into his ship and speak, if he desired to say anything. Then Themistocles sitting down beside him repeated to him all those things which he had heard Niciphalos say, making as if they were his own thoughts, and adding to them many others. Until at last by urgent request he persuaded him to come out of his ship and gather the commanders to the council. 59. So when they were gathered together, before Eurybiades proposed the discussion of the things for which he had assembled the commanders, Themistocles spoke with much vehemence, being very eager to gain his end. And as he was speaking, the Corinthian commander, Adimantos the son of Ochitos, said, Themistocles, at the games those who stand forth for the contest before the due time are beaten with rods. He justifying himself said, Yes, but those who remain behind are not crowned. 60. At that time he made answer mildly to the Corinthian. And to Eurybiades he said not now any of those things which he had said before, to the effect that if they should set sail from Salamis they would disperse in different directions. For it was not seemly for him to bring charges against the allies in their presence, but he held to another way of reasoning, saying. 60. Now it is in thy power to save Hellas, if thou wilt follow my advice, which is to stay here and here to fight a sea battle, and if thou wilt not follow the advice of those among these men who bid thee remove the ships to the isthmus. For hear both ways, and then set them in comparison. If thou engage battle at the isthmus, thou wilt fight in an open sea, into which it is by no means convenient for us that we go to fight, seeing that we have ships which are heavier and fewer in number than those of the enemy. Then secondly thou wilt give up to destruction Salamis and Megara and Aegina, even if we have success in all else. For with their fleet will come also the land army, and thus thou wilt thyself lead them to the Peloponnese and wilt risk the safety of all Hellas. 60. If however thou shalt do as I say, thou wilt find therein all the advantages which I shall tell thee of, in the first place by engaging in a narrow place with few ships against many. If the fighting has that issue which it is reasonable to expect, we shall have very much the better. For to fight a sea fight in a narrow space is for our advantage, but to fight in a wide open space is for theirs. Then again Salamis will be preserved, whither our children and our wives have been removed for safety. And moreover there is this also secured thereby, to which ye are most of all attached, namely that by remaining here thou wilt fight in defence of the Peloponnese as much as if the fight were at the isthmus. And thou wilt not lead the enemy to Peloponnese, if thou art wise. 60. Then if that which I expect come to pass and we gain a victory with our ships, the barbarians will not come to you at the isthmus nor will they advance further than Attica, but they will retire in disorder. And we shall be the gainers by the preservation of Megara and Aegina and Salamis, at which place too an oracle tells us that we shall get the victory over our enemies. Now when men take counsel reasonably for themselves, reasonable issues are wont as a rule to come, but if they do not take counsel reasonably, then God is not wont generally to attach himself to the judgment of men. 61. When Themistocles thus spoke, the Corinthian Adimantos inveighed against him for the second time, bidding him to be silent because he had no native land, and urging Eurybiades not to put to the vote the proposal of one who was a citizen of no city. For he said that Themistocles might bring opinions before the council if he could show a city belonging to him, but otherwise not. This objection he made against him because Athens had been taken and was held by the enemy. Then Themistocles said many evil things of him and of the Corinthians both, and declared also that he himself and his countrymen had in truth a city and a land larger than that of the Corinthians, so long as they had 200 ships fully manned. For none of the Hellenes would be able to repel the Athenians if they came to fight against them. 62. Signifying this he turned then to Eurybiades and spoke yet more urgently, If thou wilt remain here, and remaining here wilt show thyself a good man, well. But if not, thou wilt bring about the overthrow of Hellas, for upon the ships depends all our power in the war. Nay, but do as I advise. If, however, thou shalt not do so, we shall forthwith take up our households and voyage to Cyrus in Italy, which is ours already of old, and the oracles say that it is destined to be colonized by us. And ye, when ye are left alone and deprived of allies such as we are, will remember my words. 63. When Themistocles thus spoke, Eurybiades was persuaded to change his mind. And, as I think, he changed his mind chiefly from fear lest the Athenians should depart and leave them, if he should take the ships to the isthmus. For if the Athenians left them and departed, the rest would be no longer able to fight with the enemy. He chose then this counsel, to stay in that place and decide matters there by a sea fight. 64. Thus those at Salamis, after having skirmished with one another in speech, were making preparations for a sea fight there, since Eurybiades had so determined, and as day was coming on. At the same time when the sun rose there was an earthquake felt both on the land and on the sea, and they determined to pray to the gods and to call upon the sons of Iacchos to be their helpers. And as they had determined, so also they did. For when they had prayed to all the gods, they called Ajax and Telamon to their help from Salamis, where the fleet was, and sent a ship to Aegina to bring Iacchos himself and the rest of the sons of Iacchos. 65. Moreover Dicæus the son of Theacides, an Athenian, who was an exile and had become of great repute among the Medes at this time, declared that when the Attic land was being ravaged by the land army of Xerxes, having been deserted by the Athenians. He happened then to be in company with Demaratos the Lacedaemonian in the Thriasian plain. And he saw a cloud of dust going up from Eleusis, as if made by a company of about 30,000 men, and they wondered at the cloud of dust, by what men it was caused. Then forthwith they heard a sound of voices, and Dicæus perceived that the sound was the mystic cry Iachos. But Demaratos, having no knowledge of the sacred rites which are done at Eleusis, asked him what this was that uttered the sound, and he said, Demaratos. It cannot be but that some great destruction is about to come to the army of the king, for as to this, it is very manifest, seeing that Attica is deserted, that this which utters the sound is of the gods. And that it is going from Eleusis to help the Athenians and their allies, if then it shall come down in the Peloponnese, there is danger for the king himself and for the army which is upon the mainland. But if it shall direct its course towards the ships which are at Salamis, the king will be in danger of losing his fleet. This feast the Athenians celebrate every year to the mother and the daughter, and he that desires it, both of them and of the other Hellenes, is initiated in the mysteries. And the sound of voices which thou hearest is the cry Iachos which they utter at this feast. To this Demaratos said, Keep silence and tell not this tale to any other man. For if these words of thine be reported to the king, thou wilt surely lose thy head, and neither I nor any other man upon earth will be able to save thee, but keep thou quiet, and about this expedition the gods will provide. He then thus advised. And after the cloud of dust and the sound of voices there came a mist which was borne aloft and carried toward Salamis to the camp of the Hellenes, and thus they learnt, said he, that the fleet of Xerxes was destined to be destroyed. Such was the report made by Dicæus the son of Theodikes, appealing to Demaratos and others also as witnesses. 66. Meanwhile those who were appointed to serve in the fleet of Xerxes, having gazed in Trachis upon the disaster of the Lacedaemonians and having passed over from thence to Histiaea, after staying 3 days sailed through Euripos. And in other 3 days they had reached Phaleron. And, as I suppose, they made their attack upon Athens not fewer in number both by land and sea than when they had arrived at Sepias and at Thermopylae, for against those of them who perished by reason of the storm and those who were slain at Thermopylae and in the sea fights at Artemis-Ion, I will set those who at that time were not yet accompanying the king, the Malians, Dorians, Locrians, and Boeotians, who accompanied him in a body, except the Thespians and Plataeans, and moreover those of Charistos, Andrus, and Tinos. with all the other islanders except the 5 cities of which I mentioned the names before. For the more the Persian advanced towards the center of Hellas, the more nations accompanied him. 67. So then, when all these had come to Athens except the Parians, now the Parians had remained behind at Kithnos waiting to see how the war would turn out, when all the rest, I say, had come to Phaleron. Then Xerxes himself came down to the ships desiring to visit them and to learn the opinions of those who sailed in them, and when he had come and was set in a conspicuous place. Then those who were despots of their own nations or commanders of divisions being sent for came before him from their ships, and took their seats as the king had assigned rank to each one, first the king of Sidon, then he of Tyre. And after them the rest, and when they were seated in due order, Xerxes sent Mardonios and inquired, making trial of each one, whether he should fight a battle by sea. 68. So when Mardonios went round asking them, beginning with the king of Sidon, the others gave their opinions all to the same effect, advising him to fight a battle by sea, but Artemisia spoke these words. 68. Tell the king I pray thee, Mardonios, that I, who have proved myself not to be the worst in the sea fights which have been fought near Euboea, and have displayed deeds not inferior to those of others, speak to him thus, Master. It is right that I set forth the opinion which I really have, and say that which I happen to think best for thy cause, and this I say, spare thy ships and do not make a sea fight. For the men are as much stronger than thy men by sea, as men are stronger than women. And why must thou needs run the risk of sea battles? Hast thou not Athens in thy possession, for the sake of which thou didst set forth on thy march, and also the rest of Hellas? And no man stands in thy way to resist, but those who did stand against thee came off as it was fitting that they should. 68. Now the manner in which I think the affairs of thy adversaries will have their issue, I will declare. If thou do not hasten to make a sea fight, but keep thy ships here by the land, either remaining here thyself or even advancing on to the Peloponnese, that which thou hast come to do, O master, will easily be effected. For the Hellenes are not able to hold out against thee for any long time, but thou wilt soon disperse them and they will take flight to their several cities, since neither have they provisions with them in this island, as I am informed. Nor is it probable that if thou shalt march thy land army against the Peloponnese, they who have come from thence will remain still. For these will have no care to fight a battle in defense of Athens. 68. If however thou hasten to fight forthwith, I fear that damage done to the fleet may ruin the land army also. Moreover, O king, consider also this, that the servants of good men are apt to grow bad, but those of bad men good. And thou, who art of all men the best, hast bad servants, namely those who are reckoned as allies, Egyptians and Cyprians and Cilicians and Pamphylians, in whom there is no profit. 69. When she thus spoke to Mardonios, those who were friendly to Artemisia were grieved at her words, supposing that she would suffer some evil from the king because she urged him not to fight at sea. While those who had envy and jealousy of her, because she had been honored above all the allies, were rejoiced at the opposition, supposing that she would now be ruined. When however the opinions were reported to Xerxes, he was greatly pleased with the opinion of Artemisia, and whereas even before this he thought her excellent, he commended her now yet more. Nevertheless he gave orders to follow the advice of the greater number, thinking that when they fought by Euboea they were purposely slack, because he was not himself present with them. Whereas now he had made himself ready to look on while they fought a sea battle. 70. So when they passed the word to put out to sea, they brought their ships out to Salamis and quietly ranged themselves along the shore in their several positions. At that time the daylight was not sufficient for them to engage battle, for night had come on, but they made their preparations to fight on the following day. Meanwhile the Hellenes were possessed by fear and dismay, especially those who were from Peloponnese, and these were dismayed because remaining in Salamis they were to fight a battle on behalf of the land of the Athenians. And being defeated they would be cut off from escape and blockaded in an island, leaving their own land unguarded. And indeed the land army of the barbarians was marching forward during that very night towards the Peloponnese. 71. Yet every means had been taken that the barbarians might not be able to enter Peloponnesus by land, for as soon as the Peloponnesians heard that Leonidas and his company had perished at Thermopylae, they came together quickly from the cities and took post at the isthmus, and over them was set as commander Cleombrotus, the son of Anaxandrides and brother of Leonidas. These being posted at the isthmus had destroyed the Scironian way, and after this, having so determined in council with one another, they began to build a wall across the isthmus. And as they were many myriads and every man joined in the work proceeded fast. For stones and bricks and pieces of timber and baskets full of sand were carried to it continually, and they who had thus come to help paused not at all in their work either by night or by day. 72. Now those of the Hellenes who came in full force to the isthmus to help their country were these, the Lacedaemonians, the Arcadians of every division, the Eleans, Corinthians, Sicyonians, Epidaurians, Phliasians, Troezenians and Hermionians. These were they who came to the help of Hellas in her danger and who had apprehension for her, while the rest of the Peloponnesians showed no care, and the Olympic and Carnean festivals had by this time gone by. 73. Now Peloponnesus is inhabited by 7 races, and of these, 2 are natives of the soil and are settled now in the place where they dwelt of old, namely the Arcadians and the Canurians. And 1 race, that of the Achaeans, though it did not remove from the Peloponnese, yet removed in former time from its own land and dwells now in that which was not its own. The remaining races, 4 in number, have come in from without, namely the Dorians, Aetolians, Dryopians and Lemnians. Of the Dorians there are many cities and of great renown, of the Aetolians, Elis alone. Of the Dryopians, Hermion and Asini, which latter is opposite Cardamyle in the Laconian land, and of the Lemnians, all the Peroriatae. The Canurians, who are natives of the soil, seem alone to be Ionians, but they have become Dorians completely because they are subject to the Argives and by lapse of time. Being originally citizens of Orniae or the dwellers in the country round Orniae. Of these 7 nations the remaining cities, except those which I enumerated just now, stood aside and did nothing, and if one may be allowed to speak freely, in thus standing aside they were in fact taking the side of the Medes. 74. Those at the isthmus were struggling with the labor which I have said, since now they were running a course in which their very being was at stake. And they did not look to have any brilliant success with their ships, while those who were at Salamis, though informed of this work, were yet dismayed, not fearing so much for themselves as for Peloponnesus. For some time then they spoke of it in private, one man standing by another, and they marveled at the ill counsel of Eurybiades, but at last it broke out publicly. A meeting accordingly was held, and much was spoken about the same points as before, some saying that they ought to sail away to Peloponnesus and run the risk in defense of that, and not stay and fight for a land which had been captured by the enemy, while the Athenians, Aeginetans and Megarians urged that they should stay there and defend themselves. 75. Then Themistocles, when his opinion was like to be defeated by the Peloponnesians, secretly went forth from the assembly, and having gone out he sent a man to the encampment of the Medes in a boat, charging him with that which he must say. This man's name was Sikinos, and he was a servant of Themistocles and tutor to his children. And after these events Themistocles entered him as a Thespian citizen, when the Thespians were admitting new citizens, and made him a wealthy man. He at this time came with a boat and said to the commanders of the barbarians these words: The commander of the Athenians sent me privately without the knowledge of the other Hellenes, for, as it chances, he is disposed to the cause of the king, and desires rather that your side should gain the victory than that of the Hellenes, to inform you that the Hellenes are planning to take flight, having been struck with dismay. And now it is possible for you to execute a most noble work, if ye do not permit them to flee away, for they are not of one mind with one another and they will not stand against you and fight. But ye shall see them fighting a battle by sea with one another, those who are disposed to your side against those who are not. 76. He then having signified to them this, departed out of the way, and they, thinking that the message deserved credit, landed first a large number of Persians in the small island of Citalia, which lies between Salamis and the mainland. And then, as midnight came on, they put out the western wing of their fleet to sea, circling round toward Salamis, and also those stationed about Chaos and Cynosura put out their ships to sea. And they occupied all the passage with their ships as far as Munichia. And for this reason they put out their ships, namely in order that the Hellenes might not even be permitted to get away. But being cut off in Salamis might pay the penalty for the contests at Artemis-Ion, and they disembarked men of the Persians on the small island called Citalia for this reason, namely that when the fight should take place, these might save the men of one side and destroy those of the other, since there especially it was likely that the men and the wrecks of ships would be cast up on shore, for the island lay in the way of the sea fight which was to be. These things they did in silence, that the enemy might not have information of them. 77. They then were making their preparations thus in the night without having taken any sleep at all, and with regard to oracles, I am not able to make objections against them that they are not true. For I do not desire to attempt to overthrow the credit of them when they speak clearly, looking at such matters as these which here follow. But when with ships they shall join the sacred strand of the goddess Artemis golden sword girded, and thee, wave-washed Cynosura, urged by a maddening hope, having given rich Athens to plunder, then shall justice divine quell riot, of insolence firstborn, longing to overthrow all things and terribly panting for bloodshed. Brass shall encounter with brass, and Ares the sea shall empurple, tinging its waves with the blood, then a day of freedom for Hellas cometh from wide-seeing Zeus and from victory, lady and mother. Looking to such things as this, and when Bacchus speaks so clearly, I do not venture myself to make any objections about oracles, nor can I admit them from others. 78. Now between the commanders that were at Salamis there came to be great contention of speech, and they did not yet know that the barbarians were surrounding them with their ships. But they thought that they were still in their place as they saw them disposed in the day. 79. Then while the commanders were engaged in strife, there came over from Aegina Aristides the son of Lysimachos, an Athenian who had been ostracized by the people. A man whom I hold, according to that which I hear of his character, to have been the best and most upright of all Athenians. This man came into the council and called forth Themistocles, who was to him not a friend, but an enemy to the last degree. But because of the greatness of the present troubles he let those matters be forgotten and called him forth, desiring to communicate with him. Now he had heard beforehand that the Peloponnesians were pressing to take the ships away to the isthmus. So when Themistocles came forth to him, Aristides spoke these words, both at other times when occasion arises, and also especially at this time we ought to carry on rivalry as to which of us shall do more service to our country. And I tell thee now that it is indifferent whether the Peloponnesians say many words or few about sailing away from hence. For having been myself an eyewitness I tell thee that now not even if the Corinthians and Eurybiades himself desire to sail out, will they be able, for we are encompassed round by the enemy. Go thou in then, and signify this to them. 80. He made answer as follows, Thou advisest very well, and also the news which thou hast brought is good. Since thou art come having witnessed with thine own eyes that which I desired might come to pass, for know that this which is being done by the Medes is of my suggestion. Because, when the Hellenes would not come to a battle of their own will, it was necessary to bring them over to us against their will. Do thou however, since thou art come bearing good news, thyself report it to them. For if I say these things, I shall be thought to speak that which I have myself invented, and I shall not persuade them, but they will think that the barbarians are not doing so. Do thou thyself however come forward to speak, and declare to them how things are. And when thou hast declared this, if they are persuaded, that will be the best thing, but if this is not credible to them, it will be the same thing so far as concerns us, for they will no longer be able to take to flight. If we are encompassed on all sides, as thou sayest. 81. Aristides accordingly came forward and told them this, saying that he had come from Aegina and had with difficulty escaped without being perceived by those who were blockading them. For the whole encampment of the Hellenes was encompassed by the ships of Xerxes, and he counseled them to get ready to defend themselves. He then having thus spoken retired, and among them again there arose dispute, for the greater number of the commanders did not believe that which was reported to them. 83. And while these were doubting, there came a trireme manned by Athenians, deserting from the enemy, of which the commander was Panaetios the son of Sosamenes, which brought them the whole truth. For this deed the Athenians were inscribed at Delphi on the tripod among those who had conquered the barbarians. With the ship which deserted at Salamis and the Lemnian ship which deserted before and came to Artemis Ion, the naval force of the Hellenes was completed to the number of 380 ships. For before this 2 ships were yet wanting to make up this number. 83. The Hellenes then, since they believed that which was said by the Athenians, were preparing for a sea fight, and as the dawn appeared, they made an assembly of those who fought on board the ships and addressed them. Themistocles making a speech which was eloquent beyond the rest. And the substance of it was to set forth all that is better as opposed to that which is worse, of the several things which arise in the nature and constitution of man. And having exhorted them to choose the better, and thus having wound up his speech, he bade them embark in their ships. These then proceeded to embark, and there came in meanwhile the trireme from Aegina which had gone away to bring the sons of Iacchos. 84. Then the Hellenes put out all their ships, and while they were putting out from shore, the barbarians attacked them forthwith. Now the other Hellenes began backing their ships and were about to run them aground, but Amanias of Pellene, an Athenian, put forth with his ship and charged one of the enemy. And his ship being entangled in combat and the men not being able to get away, the others joined in the fight to assist Amanias. The Athenians say that the beginning of the battle was made thus, but the Aeginetans say that the ship which went away to Aegina to bring the sons of Iacchos was that which began the fight. It is also reported that an apparition of a woman was seen by them, and that having appeared she encouraged them to the fight so that the whole of the army of the Hellenes heard it, first having reproached them in these words, "Madmen! How far will ye yet back your ships?" 85. Opposite the Athenians had been ranged the Phoenicians, for these occupied the wing towards Eleusis and the west, and opposite the Lacedaemonians were the Ionians, who occupied the wing which extended to the east and to Piraeus. Of them however a few were purposely slack in the fight according to the injunctions of Themistocles, but the greater number were not so. I might mention now the names of many captains of ships who destroyed ships of the Hellenes, but I will make no use of their names except in the case of Theomestor, the son of Androdamas, and Philakos the son of Histiaeus. Of Samos both, and for this reason I make mention of these and not of the rest, because Theomestor on account of this deed became despot of Samos, appointed by the Persians. And Philakos was recorded as a benefactor of the king and received much land as a reward. Now the benefactors of the king are called in the Persian tongue Orosangai. 86. Thus it was with these. But the greater number of their ships were disabled at Salamis, being destroyed some by the Athenians and others by the Aeginetans, for since the Hellenes fought in order and ranged in their places, while the barbarians were no longer ranged in order nor did anything with design, it was likely that there would be some such result as in fact followed. Yet on this day they surpassed themselves much more than when they fought by Euboea, every one being eager and fearing Xerxes, and each man thinking that the king was looking especially at him. 87. As regards the rest I cannot speak of them separately, or say precisely how the barbarians or the Hellenes individually contended in the fight. But with regard to Artemisia that which happened was this, whence she gained yet more esteem than before from the king. When the affairs of the king had come to great confusion, at this crisis a ship of Artemisia was being pursued by an Athenian ship. And as she was not able to escape, for in front of her were other ships of her own side, while her ship, as it chanced, was furthest advanced towards the enemy, she resolved what she would do. And it proved also much to her advantage to have done so. While she was being pursued by the Athenian ship she charged with full career against a ship of her own side manned by Calindians and in which the king of the Calindians Damosithemos was embarked. Now, even though it be true that she had had some strife with him before, while they were still about the Hellespont, yet I am not able to say whether she did this by intention, or whether the Calindian ship happened by chance to fall in her way. Having charged against it however and sunk it, she enjoyed good fortune and got for herself good in 2 ways. For first the captain of the Athenian ship, when he saw her charge against a ship manned by barbarians, turned away and went after others. supposing that the ship of Artemisia was either a Hellenic ship or was deserting from the barbarians and fighting for the Hellenes. 88. First, I say, it was her fortune to have this, namely to escape and not suffer destruction, and then secondly it happened that though she had done mischief, she yet gained great reputation by this thing with Xerxes. For it is said that the king looking on at the fight perceived that her ship had charged the other, and one of those present said, Master, dost thou see Artemisia, how well she is fighting, and how she sank even now a ship of the enemy? He asked whether this was in truth the deed of Artemisia, and they said that it was, for, they declared, they knew very well the sign of her ship, and that which was destroyed they thought surely was one of the enemy. For besides other things which happened fortunately for her, as I have said, there was this also, namely that not one of the crew of the Calindian ship survived to become her accuser. And Xerxes in answer to that which was said to him is reported to have uttered these words, My men have become women, and my women men. Thus it is said that Xerxes spoke. 89. And meanwhile in this struggle there was slain the commander Ariobanes, son of Dareios and brother of Xerxes, and there were slain too many others of note of the Persians and Medes and also of the allies, and of the Hellenes on their part a few. For since they knew how to swim, those whose ships were destroyed and who were not slain in hand-to-hand conflict swam over to Salamis, but of the barbarians the greater number perished in the sea, not being able to swim. And when the first ships turned to flight, then it was that the largest number perished, for those who were stationed behind, while endeavoring to pass with their ships to the front in order that they also might display some deed of valor for the king to see, ran into the ships of their own side as they fled. 90. It happened also in the course of this confusion that some of the Phoenicians, whose ships had been destroyed, came to the king and accused the Ionians, saying that by means of them their ships had been lost, and that they had been traitors to the cause. Now it so came about that not only the commanders of the Ionians did not lose their lives, but the Phoenicians who accused them received a reward such as I shall tell. While these men were yet speaking thus, a Samothracian ship charged against an Athenian ship, and as the Athenian ship was being sunk by it, an Aeginetan ship came up against the Samothracian vessel and ran it down. Then the Samothracians, being skillful javelin throwers, by hurling cleared off the fighting men from the ship which had wrecked theirs and then embarked upon it and took possession of it. This event saved the Ionians from punishment. For when Xerxes saw that they had performed a great exploit, he turned to the Phoenicians, for he was exceedingly vexed and disposed to find fault with all, and bade cut off their heads, in order that they might not, after having been cowards themselves, accuse others who were better men than they. For whensoever Xerxes, sitting just under the mountain opposite Salamis, which is called Aigalios, saw any one of his own side display a deed of valor in the sea fight, he inquired about him who had done it. And the scribes recorded the name of the ship's captain with that of his father and the city from whence he came. Moreover also Ariobanes, a Persian who was present, shared the fate of the Phoenicians, being their friend. They then proceeded to deal with the Phoenicians. 91. In the meantime, as the barbarians turned to flight and were sailing out towards Phaleron, the Aeginetans waited for them in the passage and displayed memorable actions, for while the Athenians in the confused tumult were disabling both those ships which resisted and those which were fleeing, the Aeginetans were destroying those which attempted to sail away. And whenever any escaped the Athenians, they went in full course and fell among the Aeginetans. 92. Then there met one another the ship of Themistocles, which was pursuing a ship of the enemy, and that of Polykritos the son of Creos the Aeginetan. This last had charged against a ship of Sidon, the same that had taken the Aeginetan vessel which was keeping watch in advance at Skiathos, and in which sailed Pythias the son of Ischanos, whom the Persians kept in their ship. All cut to pieces as he was, making a marvel of his valor. The Sidonian ship then was captured bearing with it this man as well as the Persians of whom I spoke, so that Pythias thus came safe to Aegina. Now when Polykritos looked at the Athenian vessel he recognized when he saw it the sign of the admiral's ship. And shouting out he addressed Themistocles with mockery about the accusation brought against the Aeginetans of taking the side of the Medes, and reproached him. This taunt Polykritos threw out against Themistocles after he had charged against the ship of Sidon. And meanwhile those barbarians whose ships had escaped destruction fled and came to Phaleron to be under cover of the land army. 93. In this sea fight the Aeginetans were of all the Hellenes the best reported of, and next to them the Athenians. And of the individual men the Aeginetan Polycretos and the Athenians Eumenes of Anagyrus and Amanias of Pellene, the man who had pursued after Artemisia. Now if he had known that Artemisia was sailing in this ship, he would not have ceased until either he had taken her or had been taken himself. For orders had been given to the Athenian captains, and moreover a prize was offered of 10,000 drachmas for the man who should take her alive, since they thought it intolerable that a woman should make an expedition against Athens. She then, as has been said before, had made her escape, and the others also, whose ships had escaped destruction, were at Phaleron. 94. As regards Adimantos the commander of the Corinthians, the Athenians say that forthwith at the beginning when the ships were engaging in the fight, being struck with panic and terror he put up his sails and fled away. And the Corinthians, when they saw the admiral's ship fleeing, departed likewise, and after this, as the story goes, when they came in their flight opposite to the temple of Athene Sciras in the land of Salamis. There fell in with them by divine guidance a light vessel, which no one was ever found to have sent, and which approached the Corinthians at a time when they knew nothing of that which was happening with the fleet. And by this it is conjectured that the matter was of the deity. For when they came near to the ships, the men in the light vessel said these words, Adimantos, thou hast turned thy ships away and hast set forth to flee, deserting the cause of the Hellenes. While they are in truth gaining a victory and getting the better of their foes as much as they desired. When they said this, since Adimantos doubted of it, they spoke a second time and said that they might be taken as hostages and slain, if the Hellenes should prove not to be gaining the victory. Then he turned his ship back, he and the others with him, and they reached the camp when the work was finished. Such is the report spread by the Athenians against these. The Corinthians however do not allow this to be so, but hold that they were among the first in the sea fight, and the rest of Hellas also bears witness on their side. 95. Aristides moreover the son of Lysimachos, the Athenian, of whom I made mention also shortly before this as a very good man. He in this tumult which had arisen about Salamis did as follows, taking with him a number of the hoplites of Athenian race who had been ranged along the shore of the land of Salamis, with them he disembarked on the island of Cytalia. And these slew all the Persians who were in this islet. 96. When the sea fight had been broken off, the Hellenes towed into Salamis so many of the wrecks as chanced to be still about there, and held themselves ready for another sea fight, expecting that the king would yet make use of the ships which remained unhurt. But many of the wrecks were taken by the west wind and borne to that strand in Attica which is called Colias. So as to fulfill not only all that other oracle which was spoken about this sea fight by Bacchus and Museos, but also especially, with reference to the wrecks cast up here. That which had been spoken in an oracle many years before these events by Lysistratos, an Athenian who uttered oracles, and which had not been observed by any of the Hellenes. Then shall the Colian women with firewood of ores roast barley. This was destined to come to pass after the king had marched away. 97. When Xerxes perceived the disaster which had come upon him, he feared lest some one of the Ionians should suggest to the Hellenes, or they should themselves form the idea, to sail to the Hellespont and break up the bridges. And so he might be cut off in Europe and run the risk of perishing utterly, therefore he began to consider about taking flight. He desired however that his intention should not be perceived either by the Hellenes or by those of his own side. Therefore he attempted to construct a mole going across to Salamis, and he bound together Phoenician merchant vessels in order that they might serve him both for a bridge and a wall. And made preparations for fighting as if he were going to have another battle by sea. Seeing him do so, all the rest made sure that he had got himself ready in earnest and intended to stay and fight. But Mardonios did not fail to perceive the true meaning of all these things, being by experience very well versed in his way of thinking. 98. While Xerxes was doing thus, he sent a messenger to the Persians, to announce the calamity which had come upon them. Now there is nothing mortal which accomplishes a journey with more speed than these messengers, so skillfully has this been invented by the Persians, for they say that according to the number of days of which the entire journey consists, so many horses and men are set at intervals, each man and horse appointed for a day's journey. These neither snow nor rain nor heat nor darkness of night prevents from accomplishing each one the task proposed to him, with the very utmost speed. The first then rides and delivers the message with which he is charged to the second, and the second to the third. And after that it goes through them handed from one to the other, as in the torch race among the Hellenes, which they perform for Hephaestos. This kind of running of their horses the Persians call Angarion. 99. The first message then which came to Susa, announcing that Xerxes had Athens in his possession, so greatly rejoiced the Persians who had been left behind, that they strewed all the ways with myrtle boughs and offered incense perpetually. And themselves continued in sacrifices and feasting. The second message however, which came to them after this, so greatly disturbed them that they all tore their garments and gave themselves up to crying and lamentation without stint, laying the blame upon Mardonios, and this the Persians did not so much because they were grieved about the ships, as because they feared for Xerxes himself. 100. As regards the Persians this went on for all the time which intervened, until the coming of Xerxes himself caused them to cease, and Mardonios seeing that Xerxes was greatly troubled by reason of the sea fight, and suspecting that he was meaning to take flight from Athens, considered with regard to himself that he would have to suffer punishment for having persuaded the king to make an expedition against Hellas, and that it was better for him to run the risk of either subduing Hellas or ending his own life honorably, placing his safety in suspense for a great end, though his opinion was rather that he would subdue Hellas. He reckoned up these things, I say, and addressed his speech to the king as follows: Master, be not thou grieved, nor feel great trouble on account of this thing which has come to pass. For it is not upon a contest of timbers that all our fortunes depend, but of men and of horses, and none of these who suppose now that all has been achieved by them will attempt to disembark from the ships and stand against thee. Nor will any in this mainland do so. But those who did stand against us paid the penalty. If therefore thou thinkest this good to do, let us forthwith attempt the Peloponnese, or if thou thinkest good to hold back, we may do that. Do not despond however, for there is no way of escape for the Hellenes to avoid being thy slaves, after they have first given an account of that which they did to thee both now and at former times. Thus it were best to do. But if thou hast indeed resolved to retire thyself and to withdraw thy army, I have another counsel to offer for that case too. Do not thou, O king, let the Persians be an object of laughter to the Hellenes. For none of thy affairs have suffered by means of the Persians, nor wilt thou be able to mention any place where we proved ourselves cowards, but if Phoenicians or Egyptians or Cyprians or Cilicians proved themselves cowards, the calamity which followed does not belong to the Persians in any way. Now therefore, since it is not the Persians who are guilty towards thee, follow my counsel. If thou hast determined not to remain here, retire thou to thine own abode, taking with thee the main body of the army, and it must then be for me to deliver over to thee Hellas reduced to subjection, choosing for this purpose 30 myriads from the army. 101. Hearing this Xerxes was rejoiced and delighted so far as he might be after his misfortunes, and to Mardonios he said that when he had taken counsel he would reply and say which of these two things he would do. So when he was taking counsel with those of the Persians who were called to be his advisers, it seemed good to him to send for Artemisia also to give him counsel. Because at the former time she alone had showed herself to have perception of that which ought to be done. So when Artemisia had come, Xerxes removed from him all the rest, both the Persian counselors and also the spearmen of the guard, and spoke to her thus: Mardonios bids me stay here and make an attempt on the Peloponnese, saying that the Persians and the land army are not guilty of any share in my calamity, and that they would gladly give me proof of this. He bids me therefore either do this or, if not, he desires himself to choose 30 myriads from the army and to deliver over to me Hellas reduced to subjection, and he bids me withdraw with the rest of the army to my own abode. Do thou therefore, as thou didst well advise about the sea fight which was fought, urging that we should not bring it on, so also now advise me which of these things I shall do, that I may succeed in determining well. 102. He thus consulted her, and she spoke these words, O king, it is hard for me to succeed in saying the best things when one asks me for counsel. Yet it seems good to me at the present that thou shouldest retire back and leave Mardonios here, if he desires it and undertakes to do this. Together with those whom he desires to have, for on the one hand if he subdue those whom he says that he desires to subdue, and if those matters succeed well which he has in mind when he thus speaks, the deed will after all be thine, master. Seeing that thy slaves achieved it, and on the other hand if the opposite shall come to pass of that which Mardonios intends, it will be no great misfortune, seeing that thou wilt thyself remain safe. And also the power in those parts which concerns thy house, for if thou shalt remain safe with thy house, many contests many times over repeated will the Hellenes have to pass through for their own existence. Of Mardonios however, if he suffer any disaster, no account will be made, and if the Hellenes conquer they gain a victory which is no victory, having destroyed one who is but thy slave. Thou however wilt retire having done that for which thou didst make thy march, that is to say, having delivered Athens to the fire. 103. With this advice Xerxes was greatly delighted, since she succeeded in saying that very thing which he himself was meaning to do, for not even if all the men and all the women in the world had been counseling him to remain, would he have done so. As I think, so much had he been struck with terror. He commended Artemisia therefore and sent her away to conduct his sons to Ephesus, for there were certain bastard sons of his which accompanied him. 104. With these sons he sent Hermodamos to have charge of them, who was by race of Pedissa and was in the estimation of the king second to none of the eunuchs. Now the Pedasians dwell above Halicarnassos, and at this Pedissa a thing happens as follows, whenever to the whole number of those who dwell about this city some trouble is about to come within a certain time. Then the priestess of Athene in that place gets a long beard. And this has happened to them twice before now. 105. Of these Pedasians was Hermodamos. And this man of all persons whom we know up to this time obtained the greatest revenge for a wrong done to him. For he had been captured by enemies and was being sold, and Panionios a man of Chios bought him, one who had set himself to gain his livelihood by the most impious practices. For whenever he obtained boys who possessed some beauty, he would make eunuchs of them, and then taking them to Sardis or Ephesus sold them for large sums of money. Since with the barbarians eunuchs are held to be of more value for all matters of trust than those who are not eunuchs. Panionios then, I say, made eunuchs of many others, since by this he got his livelihood, and also of this man about whom I speak, and Hermodamos, being not in everything unfortunate, was sent from Sardis to the king with other gifts. And as time went on he came to be honored more than all the other eunuchs in the sight of Xerxes. 106. And when the king, being at that time in Sardis, was setting the Persian army in motion to march against Athens, then Hermodamos, having gone down for some business to that part of Mysia which the Chians occupy and which is called Atarneus, found there Panionios, and having recognized him he spoke to him many friendly words, first recounting to him all the good things which he had by his means, and next making promises in return for this. And saying how many good things he would do for him, if he would bring his household and dwell in that land. So that Panionios gladly accepting his proposals brought his children and his wife. Then, when he had caught him together with his whole house, Hermodamos spoke as follows, O thou, who of all men that ever lived up to this time didst gain thy substance by the most impious deeds. What evil did either I myself or any of my forefathers do either to thee or to any of thine, that thou didst make me to be that which is not instead of a man? Didst thou suppose that thou wouldest escape the notice of the gods for such things as then thou didst devise? They however following the rule of justice delivered thee into my hands, since thou hadst done impious deeds. So that thou shalt not have reason to find fault with the penalty which shall be inflicted upon thee by me. When he had thus reproached him, the man's sons were brought into his presence and Panionios was compelled to make eunuchs of his own sons, who were 4 in number, and being compelled he did so. And then when he had so done, the sons were compelled to do the same thing to him. Thus vengeance by the hands of Hermodamos overtook Panionios. 107. When Xerxes had entrusted his sons to Artemisia to carry them back to Ephesos, he called Mardonios and bade him choose of the army whom he would, and make his deeds, if possible, correspond to his words. During this day then things went so far. And in the night on the command of the king the leaders of the fleet began to withdraw their ships from Phaleron to the Hellespont, as quickly as they might each one, to guard the bridges for the king to pass over. And when the barbarians were near Zoster as they sailed, then seeing the small points of rock which stretch out to sea from this part of the mainland, they thought that these were ships and fled for a good distance. In time however, perceiving that they were not ships but points of rock, they assembled together again and continued on their voyage. 108. When day dawned, the Hellenes, seeing that the land army was staying still in its place, supposed that the ships also were about Phaleron, and thinking that they would fight another sea battle, they made preparations to repel them. When however they were informed that the ships had departed, forthwith upon this they thought it good to pursue after them. They pursued therefore as far as Andros, but did not get a sight of the fleet of Xerxes. And when they had come to Andros, they deliberated what they should do. Themistocles then declared as his opinion that they should take their course through the islands and pursue after the ships, and afterward sail straight to the Hellespont to break up the bridges. But Eurybiades expressed the opposite opinion to this, saying that if they should break up the floating bridges, they would therein do the greatest possible evil to Hellas, for if the Persians should be cut off and compelled to remain in Europe, he would endeavor not to remain still, since if he remained still, neither could any of his affairs go forward, nor would any way of returning home appear. But his army would perish of hunger, whereas if he made the attempt and persevered in it, all Europe might be brought over to him, city by city and nation by nation. The inhabitants being either conquered or surrendering on terms before they were conquered, moreover they would have for food the crops of the Hellenes which grew year by year. He thought however that conquered in the sea fight the Persian would not stay in Europe, and therefore he might be allowed to flee until in his flight he came to his own land. Then after that they might begin the contest for the land which belonged to the Persian. To this opinion the commanders of the other Peloponnesians adhered also. 109. When Themistocles perceived that he would not be able to persuade them, or at least the greater number of them, to sail to the Hellespont, he changed his counsel and turning to the Athenians, for these were grieved most at the escape of the enemy and were anxious to sail to the Hellespont even by themselves alone. If the others were not willing, to them he spoke as follows: I myself also have been present before now on many occasions, and have heard of many more, on which something of this kind came to pass. Namely that men who were forced into great straits, after they had been defeated fought again and repaired their former disaster, and as for us, since we have won as a prize from fortune the existence of ourselves and of Hellas by repelling from our land so great a cloud of men, let us not pursue enemies who flee from us, for of these things not we were the doors, but the gods and heroes, who grudged that one man should become king of both Asia and of Europe, and he a man unholy and presumptuous, one who made no difference between things sacred and things profane, burning and casting down the images of the gods, and who also scourged the sea and let down into it fetters. But as things are at present, it is well that we should now remain in Hellas and look after ourselves and our households. And let each man repair his house, and have a care for sowing his land, after he has completely driven away the barbarian, and then at the beginning of the spring let us sail down towards the Hellespont and Ionia. Thus he spoke, intending to lay up for himself a store of gratitude with the Persian, in order that if after all any evil should come upon him at the hands of the Athenians, he might have a place of refuge, and this was in fact that which came to pass. 110. Themistocles then speaking thus endeavored to deceive them. And the Athenians followed his advice, for he had had the reputation even in former times of being a man of ability and he had now proved himself to be in truth both able and of good judgment. Therefore they were ready in every way to follow his advice when he spoke. So when these had been persuaded by him, forthwith after this Themistocles sent men with a vessel, whom he trusted to keep silence, to whatever test they might be brought, of that which he himself charged them to tell the king. And of them Sikinos his servant again was one. When these came to Attica, the rest stayed behind in the ship, while Sikinos went up to Xerxes and spoke these words, Themistocles the son of Neocles sent me, who is commander of the Athenians, and of all the allies the best and ablest man. To tell thee that Themistocles the Athenian, desiring to be of service to thee, held back the Hellenes when they were desirous to pursue after thy ships and to destroy the bridges on the Hellespont. Now therefore thou mayest make thy way home quite undisturbed. They having signified this sailed away again. 111. The Hellenes meanwhile, having resolved not to pursue after the ships of the barbarians further, nor to sail to the Hellespont to break up the passage, were investing Andros intending to take it, for the Andrians were the first of the islanders who, being asked by Themistocles for money, refused to give it, and when Themistocles made proposals to them and said that the Athenians had come having on their side two great deities, persuasion and compulsion, and therefore they must by all means give them money, they replied to this that not without reason, as it now appeared, was Athens great and prosperous, since the Athenians were well supplied with serviceable deities. But as for the Andrians, they were poor, having in this respect attained to the greatest eminence, and there were two unprofitable deities which never left their island but always remained attached to the place, poverty, namely, and helplessness, and the Andrians being possessed of these deities would not give money. For never could the power of the Athenians get the better of their inability. 112. These, I say, having thus made answer and having refused to give the money, were being besieged, and Themistocles not ceasing in his desire for gain sent threatening messages to the other islands and asked them for money by the same envoys, employing those whom he had before sent to the king. And he said that if they did not give that which was demanded of them, he would bring the fleet of the Hellenes against them to besiege and take them. Thus saying he collected great sums of money from the Christians and the Parians, who being informed how Andros was being besieged, because it had taken the side of the Medes, and how Themistocles was held in more regard than any of the other commanders, sent money for fear of this. Whether any others of the islanders also gave money I am not able to say, but I think that some others gave and not these alone. Yet to the Christians at least there was no respite from the evil on this account, but the Parians escaped the attack, because they propitiated Themistocles with money. Thus Themistocles with Andros as his starting point was acquiring sums of money for himself from the men of the islands without the knowledge of the other commanders. 113. Xerxes meanwhile with his army stayed for a few days after the sea fight. And then they all began to march forth towards Boeotia by the same way by which they had come, for Mardonios thought both that it was well for him to escort the king on his way, and also that it was now too late in the year to carry on the war. It was better, he thought, to winter in Thessaly and then at the beginning of spring to attempt the Peloponnese. When he came to Thessaly, then Mardonios chose out for himself first all those Persians who are called immortals, except only their commander Hydarnes, for Hydarnes said that he would not be left behind by the king. And after them of the other Persians those who wore cuirasses, and the body of 1,000 horse, also the Medes, Sacans, Bactrians and Indians, foot and horsemen both. These nations he chose in the mass, but from the other allies he selected by few at a time, choosing who had fine appearance of those of whom he knew that they had done good service. From the Persians he chose more than from any other single nation, and these wore collars of twisted metal and bracelets, and after them came the Medes, who in fact were not inferior in number to the Persians, but only in bodily strength. The result was that there were 30 myriads in all, including cavalry. 114. During this time, while Mardonios was selecting his army and Xerxes was in Thessaly, there had come an oracle from Delphi to the Lacedaemonians, bidding them ask satisfaction from Xerxes for the murder of Leonidas and accept that which should be given by him. The Spartans therefore sent a herald as quickly as possible, who having found the whole army still in Thessaly came into the presence of Xerxes and spoke these words, O king of the Medes! The Lacedaemonians and the sons of Heracles of Sparta demand of thee satisfaction for murder, because thou didst kill their king, fighting in defense of Hellas. He laughed and then kept silent some time, and after that pointing to Mardonios, who happened to be standing by him, he said, Then Mardonios here shall give them satisfaction, such as is fitting for them to have. 115. The herald accordingly accepted the utterance and departed. And Xerxes, leaving Mardonios in Thessaly, went on himself in haste to the Hellespont and arrived at the passage where the crossing was in 35 days, bringing back next to nothing, as one may say, of his army, and whithersoever they came on the march and to whatever nation, they seized the crops of that people and used them for provisions. And if they found no crops, then they took the grass which was growing up from the earth, and stripped off the bark from the trees and plucked down the leaves and devoured them, alike of the cultivated trees and of those growing wild. And they left nothing behind them, thus they did by reason of famine. Then plague too seized upon the army and dysentery, which destroyed them by the way, and some of them also who were sick the king left behind, laying charge upon the cities where at the time he chanced to be in his march, to take care of them and support them. Of these he left some in Thessaly, and some at Cyrus in Paeonia, and some in Macedonia. In these parts too he had left behind him the sacred chariot of Zeus, when he was marching against Hellas. But on his return he did not receive it back, for the Paeonians had given it to the Thracians, and when Xerxes asked for it again, they said that the mares while at pasture had been carried off by the Thracians of the upper country, who dwelt about the source of the Strymon. 116. Here also a Thracian, the king of the Bisaltians and of the Crestonian land, did a deed of surpassing horror. For he had said that he would not himself be subject to Xerxes with his own will, and had gone away up to Mount Rhodope, and also he had forbidden his sons to go on the march against Hellas. They however, either because they cared not for his command, or else because a desire came upon them to see the war, went on the march with the Persian, and when they returned all unhurt, being 6 in number, their father plucked out their eyes for this cause. 117. They then received this reward, and as to the Persians, when passing on from Thrace they came to the passage, they crossed over the Hellespont in haste to Abydos by means of the ships. For they did not find the floating bridges still stretched across but broken up by a storm. While staying there for a time they had distributed to them an allowance of food more abundant than they had had by the way. And from satisfying their hunger without restraint and also from the changes of water there died many of those in the army who had remained safe till then. The rest arrived with Xerxes at Sardis. 118. There is also another story reported as follows, namely that when Xerxes on his march away from Athens came to Ion on the Strymon, from that point he did not continue further to make marches by road, but delivered his army to Hydarnes to lead back to the Hellespont, while he himself embarked in a Phoenician ship and set forth for Asia. And as he sailed he was seized by a wind from the Strymon, violent and raising great waves. And since he was tossed by the storm more and more, the ship being heavily laden, for there were upon the deck great numbers of Persians, those namely who went with Xerxes, the king upon that falling into fear shouted aloud and asked the pilot whether there were for them any means of safety. He said, Master, there are none, unless some way be found of freeing ourselves of the excessive number of passengers. Then it is said that Xerxes, when he heard this, spoke thus, Persians, now let each one of you show that he has care for the king, for my safety, as it seems, depends upon you. He, they say, thus spoke, and they made obeisance to him and leapt out into the sea, and so the ship being lightened came safe to Asia. As soon as they had landed Xerxes, they say, first presented the pilot with a wreath of gold, because he had saved the life of the king, and then cut off his head, because he had caused the death of many of the Persians. 119. This other story, I say, is reported about the return of Xerxes, but I for my part can by no means believe it either in other respects or as regards this which is said to have happened to the Persians. For if this which I have related had in truth been said by the pilot to Xerxes, not one person's opinion in 10,000 will differ from mine that the king would have done some such thing as this, that is to say, he would have caused those who were upon the deck to go down below into the hold, seeing that they were Persians of the highest rank among the Persians. And of the rowers, who were Phoenicians, he would have thrown out into the sea a number equal to the number of those. In fact however, as I have said before, he made his return to Asia together with the rest of the army by road. 120. And this also which follows is a strong witness that it was so. For Xerxes is known to have come to Abdera on his way back, and to have made with them a guest friendship and presented them with a Persian sword of gold and a gold-spangled tiara, and as the men of Abdera themselves say, though I for my part can by no means believe it, he loosed his girdle for the first time during his flight back from Athens, considering himself to be in security. Now Abdera is situated further towards the Hellespont than the river Strymon and Ion, from which place the story says that he embarked in the ship. 121. The Hellenes meanwhile, when it proved that they were not able to conquer Andros, turned towards Charistos, and having laid waste the land of that people they departed and went to Salamis. First then for the gods they chose out first fruits of the spoil, and among them 3 Persian triremes, one to be dedicated as an offering at the Isthmus, which remained there still up to my time, another at Sunion, and the third to Ajax in Salamis where they were. After this they divided the spoil among themselves and sent the first fruits to Delphi, of which was made a statue holding in its hand the beak of a ship and in height measuring 12 cubits. This statue stood in the same place with the golden statue of Alexander the Macedonian. 122. Then when the Hellenes had sent first fruits to Delphi, they asked the god on behalf of all whether the first fruits which he had received were fully sufficient and acceptable to him. He said that from the Hellenes he had received enough, but not from the Aeginetans, and from them he demanded the offering of their prize of valor for the sea fight at Salamis. Hearing this the Aeginetans dedicated golden stars, 3 in number, upon a ship's mast of bronze, which are placed in the corner close to the mixing bowl of Croesus. 123. After the division of the spoil the Hellenes sailed to the Isthmus, to give the prize of valor to him who of all the Hellenes had proved himself the most worthy during this war, and when they had come thither and the commanders distributed their votes at the altar of Poseidon, selecting from the whole number the first and the second in merit, then every one of them gave in his vote for himself, each man thinking that he himself had been the best. But for the second place the greater number of votes came out in agreement, assigning that to Themistocles. They then were left alone in their votes, while Themistocles in regard to the second place surpassed the rest by far. 124. And although the Hellenes would not give decision of this by reason of envy, but sailed away each to their own city without deciding, yet Themistocles was loudly reported of and was esteemed throughout Hellas to be the man who was the ablest by far of the Hellenes, and since he had not received honor from those who had fought at Salamis, although he was the first in the voting, he went forthwith after this to Lacedaemon, desiring to receive honor there. And the Lacedaemonians received him well and gave him great honors. As a prize of valor they gave to Eurybiades a wreath of olive. And for ability and skill they gave to Themistocles also a wreath of olive, and presented him besides with the chariot which was judged to be the best in Sparta. So having much commended him, they escorted him on his departure with 300 picked men of the Spartans, the same who are called the horsemen, as far as the boundaries of Tegea, and he is the only man of all we know to whom the Spartans ever gave escort on his way. 125. When however he had come to Athens from Lacedaemon, Timodemos of Aphidnae, one of the opponents of Themistocles, but in other respects not among the men of distinction, maddened by envy attacked him, bringing forward against him his going to Lacedaemon, and saying that it was on account of Athens that he had those marks of honor which he had from the Lacedaemonians, and not on his own account. Then, as Timodemos continued ceaselessly to repeat this, Themistocles said, I tell thee thus it is, if I had been a native of Belbina I should never have been thus honored by the Spartans. But neither wouldest thou, my friend, for all that thou art an Athenian. So far then went these matters. 126. Artabatzos meanwhile the son of Pharnax, a man who was held in esteem among the Persians even before this and came to be so yet more after the events about Plataea, was escorting the king as far as the passage with 6 myriads of that army which Mardonios had selected for himself. And when the king was in Asia and Artabatzos on his march back came near to Pellene, finding that Mardonios was wintering in Thessaly and Macedonia and was not at present urgent with him to come and join the rest of the army, he thought it not good to pass by without reducing the Potidæans to slavery, whom he had found in revolt, for the men of Potidæa, when the king had marched by them and when the fleet of the Persians had departed in flight from Salamis, had openly made revolt from the barbarians. And so also had the others done who occupy Pallene. 127. So upon this Artabatzos began to besiege Potidaea, and suspecting that the men of Olynthos also were intending revolt from the king, he began to besiege this city too, which was occupied by Bottiaeans who had been driven away from the Thermaean Gulf by the Macedonians. So when he had taken these men by siege, he brought them forth to a lake and slew them there, and the city he delivered to Critobulus of Torwan to have in charge, and to the natives of Chalkidike. And thus it was that the Chalkidians got possession of Olynthos. 128. Having taken this city, Artabatzos set himself to attack Potidaea with vigor, and as he was setting himself earnestly to this work, Timoxenos the commander of the troops from Scewan concerted with him to give up the town by treachery. Now in what manner he did this at the first, I for my part am not able to say, for this is not reported. At last however it happened as follows. Whenever either Timoxenos wrote a paper wishing to send it to Artabatzos, or Artabatzos wishing to send one to Timoxenos, they wound it round by the fingernotches of an arrow, and then, putting feathers over the paper, they shot it to a place agreed upon between them. It came however to be found out that Timoxenos was attempting by treachery to give up Potidaea, for Artabatzos, shooting an arrow at the place agreed upon, missed this spot and struck a man of Potidaea in the shoulder. And when he was struck, a crowd came about him, as is apt to happen when there is fighting, and they forthwith took the arrow and having discovered the paper carried it to the commanders. Now there was present an allied force of the other men of Pallene also. Then when the commanders had read the paper and discovered who was guilty of the treachery, they resolved not openly to convict Timoxenos of treachery, for the sake of the city of Scewan, lest the men of Scewan should be esteemed traitors for all time to come. 129. He then in such a manner as this had been discovered, and when 3 months had gone by while Artabatzos was besieging the town, there came to be a great ebb of the sea backwards, which lasted for a long time. And the barbarians, seeing that shallow water had been produced, endeavored to get by into the peninsula of Pallene, but when they had passed through 2/5 parts of the distance, and yet 3/5 remained, which they must pass through before they were within Pallene, then there came upon them a great flood tide of the sea, higher than ever before, as the natives of the place say, though high tides come often. So those of them who could not swim perished, and those who could were slain by the men of Potidaea who put out to them in boats. The cause of the high tide and flood and of that which befell the Persians was this, as the Potidaeans say. Namely that these same Persians who perished by means of the sea had committed impiety towards the temple of Poseidon and his image in the suburb of their town. And in saying that this was the cause, in my opinion they say well. The survivors of his army Artabatzos led away to Thessaly to join Mardonios. Thus it fared with these who escorted the king on his way. 130. The fleet of Xerxes, so much of it as remained, when it had touched Asia in its flight from Salamis, and had conveyed the king and his army over from the Chersonese to Abydos, passed the winter at Kyme, and when spring dawned upon it, it assembled early at Samos, where some of the ships had even passed the winter. And most of the Persians and Medes still served as fighting men on board of them. To be commanders of them there came Mardontes the son of Bagaeos, and Artaintes the son of Artaches, and with them also Ithamidas was in joint command, who was brother's son to Artaintes and had been added by the choice of Artaintes himself. They then, since they had suffered a heavy blow, did not advance further up towards the west, nor did any one compel them to do so. But they remained still in Samos and kept watch over Ionia, lest it should revolt, having 300 ships including those of the Ionians. And they did not expect that the Hellenes on their part would come to Ionia, but thought that it would satisfy them to guard their own land. Judging from the fact that they had not pursued after them in their flight from Salamis but were well contented then to depart homewards. As regards the sea then their spirit was broken, but on land they thought that Mardonios would get much the advantage. So they being at Samos were taking counsel to do some damage if they could to their enemies, and at the same time they were listening for news how the affairs of Mardonios would fall out. 131. The Hellenes on their part were roused both by the coming on of spring and by the presence of Mardonios in Thessaly. Their land army had not yet begun to assemble, when the fleet arrived at Aegina, in number 110 ships, and the commander and admiral was Leotychides, who was the son of Menares, the son of Hygesilos, the son of Hippocrates. The son of Leotychides, the son of Anaxilos, the son of Archidemos, the son of Anaxandrides, the son of Theopompos, the son of Nicander, the son of Cherolaus, the son of Eunomos, the son of Polydectes, the son of Prytanes, the son of Euryphon, the son of Procles, the son of Aristodemos, the son of Aristomachos, the son of Cleodeos, the son of Hylos, the son of Heracles, being of the other royal house. These all, except the two enumerated first after Leotychides, had been kings of Sparta. And of the Athenians the commander was Xanthippos the son of Ariphon. 132. When all the ships had arrived at Aegina, there came Ionian envoys to the camp of the Hellenes, who also came a short time before this to Sparta and asked the Lacedaemonians to set Ionia free, and of them one was Herodotus the son of Basilides. These had banded themselves together and had plotted to put to death Stratus the despot of Chios, being originally 7 in number. But when one of those who took part with them gave information of it and they were discovered to be plotting against him, then the remaining 6 escaped from Chios and came both to Sparta and also at this time to Aegina, asking the Hellenes to sail over to Ionia, but they with difficulty brought them forward as far as Delos. For the parts beyond this were all fearful to the Hellenes, since they were without experience of those regions and everything seemed to them to be filled with armed force. While their persuasion was that it was as long a voyage to Samos as to the Pillars of Heracles. Thus at the same time it so chanced that the barbarians dared sail no further up towards the west than Samos, being smitten with fear, and the Hellenes no further down towards the east than Delos, when the Chians made request of them. So fear was guard of the space which lay between them. 133, the Hellenes, I say, sailed to Delos, and Mardonios meanwhile had been wintering in Thessaly. From thence he sent round a man, a native of Europos, whose name was Mice, to the various oracles, charging him to go everywhere to consult, wherever they were permitted to make trial of the oracles. What he desired to find out from the oracles when he gave this charge, I am not able to say, for that is not reported, but I conceive for my part that he sent to consult about his present affairs and not about other things. 134. This Mice is known to have come to Lebedia and to have persuaded by payment of money one of the natives of the place to go down to Trophonios, and also he came to the oracle at Abai of the Phocians. And moreover when he came for the first time to Thebes, he not only consulted the Ismenian Apollo, there one may consult just as at Olympia with victims, but also by payment he persuaded a stranger who was not a Theban, and induced him to lie down to sleep in the temple of Amphiaraos. In this temple no one of the Thebans is permitted to seek divination, and that for the following reason: Amphiaraos dealing by oracles bade them choose which they would of these two things, either to have him as a diviner or else as an ally in war, abstaining from the other use. And they chose that he should be their ally in war. For this reason it is not permitted to any of the Thebans to lie down to sleep in that temple. 135. After this a thing which to me is a very great marvel is said by the Thebans to have come to pass. It seems that this man Mice of Europos, as he journeyed round to all the oracles, came also to the sacred enclosure of the Toan Apollo. This temple is called Tun, and belongs to the Thebans, and it lies above the lake Copais at the foot of the mountains, close to the town of Acraphia. When the man called Mice came to this temple with 3 men chosen from the citizens in his company, who were sent by the public authority to write down that which the god should utter in his divination. Forthwith it is said the prophet of the god began to give the oracle in a barbarian tongue. And while those of the Thebans who accompanied him were full of wonder, hearing a barbarian instead of the Hellenic tongue, and did not know what to make of the matter before them, it is said that the man of Europos, Mice, snatched from them the tablet which they bore and wrote upon it that which was being spoken by the prophet. And he said that the prophet was giving his answer in the Carian tongue, and then when he had written it, he went away and departed to Thessaly. 136. Mardonios having read that which the oracles uttered, whatever that was, after this sent as an envoy to Athens Alexander the son of Amyntas, the Macedonian, both because the Persians were connected with him by marriage. For Gygaia the sister of Alexander and daughter of Amyntas had been married to a Persian Bubers, and from her had been born to him that Amyntas who lived in Asia, having the name of his mother's father, to whom the king gave Alabanda, a great city of Phrygia, to possess, and also Mardonios was sending him because he was informed that Alexander was a public guest friend and benefactor of the Athenians. For by this means he thought that he would be most likely to gain over the Athenians to his side, about whom he heard that they were a numerous people and brave in war. And of whom he knew moreover that these were they who more than any others had brought about the disasters which had befallen the Persians by sea. Therefore if these should be added to him, he thought that he should easily have command of the sea, and this in fact would have been the case, while on land he supposed himself to be already much superior in force. Thus he reckoned that his power would be much greater than that of the Hellenes. Perhaps also the oracles told him this beforehand, counseling him to make the Athenian his ally, and so he was sending in obedience to their advice. 137. Now of this Alexander the seventh ancestor was that Perdiccas who first became despot of the Macedonians, and that in the manner which here follows. From Argos there fled to the Illyrians 3 brothers of the descendants of Temenos, Gauans, Eropos, and Perdiccas. And passing over from the Illyrians into the upper parts of Macedonia they came to the city of Libya. There they became farm servants for pay in the household of the king, one pasturing horses, the second oxen, and the youngest of them, namely Perdiccas, the smaller kinds of cattle. For in ancient times even those who were rulers over men were poor in money, and not the common people only, and the wife of the king cooked for them their food herself. And whenever she baked, the loaf of the boy their servant, namely Perdiccas, became double as large as by nature it should be. When this happened constantly in the same manner, she told it to her husband, and he when he heard it conceived forthwith that this was a portent and tended to something great. He summoned the farm servants therefore, and gave notice to them to depart out of his land, and they said that it was right that before they went forth they should receive the wages which were due. Now it chanced that the sun was shining into the house down through the opening which received the smoke, and the king when he heard about the wages said, being infatuated by a divine power, I pay you then this for wages. And it is such as ye deserve, pointing to the sunlight. So then Gauans and Eropos the elder brothers stood struck with amazement when they heard this, but the boy, who happened to have in his hand a knife, said these words, We accept, O king, that which thou dost give. And he traced a line with his knife round the sunlight on the floor of the house, and having traced the line round he thrice drew of the sunlight into his bosom, and after that he departed both himself and his fellows. 138. They then were going away, and to the king one of those who sat by him at table told what manner of thing the boy had done, and how the youngest of them had taken that which was given with some design, and he hearing this and being moved with anger, sent after them horsemen to slay them. Now there is a river in this land to which the descendants of these men from Argos sacrifice as a savior. This river, so soon as the sons of Temenos had passed over it, began to flow with such great volume of water that the horsemen became unable to pass over. So the brothers, having come to another region of Macedonia, took up their dwelling near the so-called gardens of Midas the son of Gordius, where roses grow wild which have each one 60 petals and excel all others in perfume. In these gardens 2 Silenos was captured, as is reported by the Macedonians, and above the gardens is situated a mountain called Bermaion, which is inaccessible by reason of the cold. Having taken possession of that region, they made this their starting point, and proceeded to subdue also the rest of Macedonia. 139. From this Perdiccas the descent of Alexander was as follows. Alexander was the son of Amyntas, Amyntas was the son of Alcetes, the father of Alcetes was Eropos, of him Philip, of Philip Argeos, and of this last the father was Perdiccas, who first obtained the kingdom. 140. Thus then, I say, Alexander the son of Amyntas was descended. And when he came to Athens sent from Mardonios, he spoke as follows, Athenians. Mardonios speaks these words, there has come to me a message from the king which speaks in this manner: to the Athenians I remit all the offences which were committed against me, and now, Mardonios, thus do: first give them back their own land. Then let them choose for themselves another in addition to this, whichsoever they desire, remaining independent, and set up for them again all their temples, which I set on fire, provided that they consent to make a treaty with me. This message having come to me, it is necessary for me to do so, unless by your means I am prevented, and thus I speak to you now: why are ye so mad as to raise up war against the king? Since neither will ye overcome him, nor are ye able to hold out against him forever, for ye saw the multitude of the host of Xerxes and their deeds, and ye are informed also of the power which is with me at the present time. So that even if ye overcome and conquer us, of which ye can have no hope if ye are rightly minded, another power will come many times as large. Do not ye then desire to match yourselves with the king, and so to be both deprived of your land and for ever running a course for your own lives? But make peace with him, and ye have a most honorable occasion to make peace, since the king has himself set out upon this road. Agree to a league with us then without fraud or deceit, and remain free. 140. b. These things Mardonios charged me to say to you, O Athenians, and as for me, I will say nothing of the goodwill towards you on my part, for ye would not learn that now for the first time. But I ask of you to do as Mardonios says, since I perceive that ye will not be able to war with Xerxes forever. If I perceived in you ability to do this, I should never have come to you speaking these words. For the power of the king is above that of a man, and his arm is very long. If therefore ye do not make an agreement forthwith, when they offer you great things as the terms on which they are willing to make a treaty, I have fear on your behalf, seeing that ye dwell more upon the highway than any of your allies, and are exposed ever to destruction alone, the land which ye possess being parted off from the rest and lying between the armies which are contending together. Nay, but be persuaded, for this is a matter of great consequence to you, that to you alone of the Hellenes the great king remits the offences committed and desires to become a friend. 141. Thus spoke Alexander. And the Lacedaemonians, having been informed that Alexander had come to Athens to bring the Athenians to make a treaty with the barbarians, and remembering the oracles, who it was destined that they together with the other Dorians should be driven forth out of the Peloponnese by the Medes and the Athenians combined, had been very greatly afraid lest the Athenians should make a treaty with the Persians. And forthwith they had resolved to send envoys. It happened moreover that they were introduced at the same time with Alexander. For the Athenians had waited for them, protracting the time, because they were well assured that the Lacedaemonians would hear that an envoy had come from the barbarians to make a treaty, and that having heard it they would themselves send envoys with all speed. They acted therefore of set purpose, so as to let the Lacedaemonians see their inclination. 142. So when Alexander had ceased speaking, the envoys from Sparta followed him forthwith and said, As for us, the Lacedaemonians send us to ask of you not to make any change in that which concerns Hellas, nor to accept proposals from the barbarian. Since this is not just in any way nor honorable for any of the Hellenes to do, but least of all for you, and that for many reasons. Ye were they who stirred up this war, when we by no means willed it. And the contest came about for your dominion, but now it extends even to the whole of Hellas. Besides this, it is by no means to be endured that ye Athenians, who are the authors of all this, should prove to be the cause of slavery to the Hellenes, seeing that ye ever from ancient time also have been known as the liberators of many. We feel sympathy however with you for your sufferings, and because you were deprived of your crops twice and have had your substance ruined now for a long time. In compensation for this the Lacedaemonians and their allies make offer to support your wives and all those of your households who are unfitted for war, so long as this war shall last, but let not Alexander the Macedonian persuade you. Making smooth the speech of Mardonios. For these things are fitting for him to do, since being himself a despot he is working in league with a despot, for you however they are not fitting to do, if ye chance to be rightly minded. For ye know that in barbarians there is neither faith nor truth at all. Thus spoke the envoys. 143. And to Alexander the Athenians made answer thus, Even of ourselves we know so much, that the Mede has a power many times as numerous as ours. So that there is no need for thee to cast this up against us. Nevertheless, because we long for liberty, we shall defend ourselves as we may be able, and do not thou endeavor to persuade us to make a treaty with the barbarian, for we on our part shall not be persuaded. And now report to Mardonios that the Athenians say thus: so long as the sun goes on the same course by which he goes now, we will never make an agreement with Xerxes. But we will go forth to defend ourselves against him, trusting in the gods and the heroes as allies, for whom he had no respect when he set fire to their houses and to their sacred images. And in the future do not thou appear before the Athenians with any such proposals as these, nor think that thou art rendering them good service in advising them to do that which is not lawful. For we do not desire that thou shouldest suffer anything unpleasant at the hands of the Athenians, who art their public guest and friend. 144. To Alexander they thus made answer, but to the envoys from Sparta as follows: that the Lacedaemonians should be afraid lest we should make a treaty with the barbarian was natural, no doubt. But it seems to be an unworthy fear for men who know so well the spirit of the Athenians, namely that there is neither so great quantity of gold anywhere upon the earth, nor any land so much excelling in beauty and goodness, that we should be willing to accept it and enslave Hellas by taking the side of the Medes. For many and great are the reasons which hinder us from doing this, even though we should desire it. First and greatest, the images and houses of the gods set on fire or reduced to ruin, which we must necessarily avenge to the very utmost rather than make an agreement with him who did these deeds. Then secondly, there is the bond of Hellenic race, by which we are of one blood and of one speech, the common temples of the gods and the common sacrifices, the manners of life which are the same for all. To these it would not be well that the Athenians should become traitors. And be assured of this, if by any chance you were not assured of it before, that so long as one of the Athenians remains alive, we will never make an agreement with Xerxes. We admire however the forethought which ye had with regard to us, in that ye took thought for us who have had our substance destroyed, and are willing to support the members of our households. And so far as ye are concerned, the kindness has been fully performed, but we shall continue to endure as we may, and not be a trouble in any way to you. Now therefore, with full conviction this is so, send out an army as speedily as ye may, for, as we conjecture, the barbarian will be here invading our land at no far distant time but so soon as he shall be informed of the message sent. Namely that we shall do none of those things which he desired of us. Therefore before he arrives here in Attica, it is fitting that ye come to our rescue quickly in Boeotia. Thus the Athenians made answer, and upon that the envoys went away back to Sparta. Herodotus Book 9, Calliope. 1. Mardonios, when Alexander had returned back and had signified to him that which was said by the Athenians, set forth from Thessaly and began to lead his army with all diligence towards Athens, and to whatever land he came. He took up with him the people of that land. The leaders of Thessaly meanwhile did not repent of all that which had been done already, but on the contrary they urged on the Persian yet much more. And Thorax of Larissa had joined in escorting Xerxes in his flight, and at this time he openly offered Mardonios passage to invade Hellas. 2. Then when the army in its march came to Boeotia, the Thebans endeavored to detain Mardonios, and counseled him saying that there was no region more convenient for him to have his encampment than that. And they urged him not to advance further, but to sit down there and endeavor to subdue to himself the whole of Hellas without fighting, for to overcome the Hellenes by open force when they were united, as at the former time they were of one accord together, was a difficult task even for the whole world combined, but, they proceeded, if thou wilt do that which we advise, with little labor thou wilt have in thy power all their plans of resistance. Send money to the men who have power in their cities, and thus sending thou wilt divide Hellas into two parties, after that thou wilt with ease subdue by the help of thy party those who are not inclined to thy side. 3. Thus they advised, but he did not follow their counsel. For there had instilled itself into him a great desire to take Athens for the second time, partly from obstinacy and partly because he meant to signify to the king in Sardis that he was in possession of Athens by beacon fires through the islands. However, he did not even at this time find the Athenians there when he came to Attica, but he was informed that the greater number were either in Salamis or in the ships, and he captured the city finding it deserted. Now the capture of the city by the king had taken place 10 months before the later expedition of Mardonios against it. 4. When Mardonios had come to Athens, he sent to Salamis Morokides a man of the Hellespont, bearing the same proposals as Alexander the Macedonian had brought over to the Athenians. These he sent for the second time, being aware beforehand that the dispositions of the Athenians were not friendly, but hoping that they would give way and leave their obstinacy. Since the Attic land had been captured by the enemy and was in his power. 5. For this reason he sent Morokides to Salamis, and he came before the council and reported the words of Mardonios. Then one of the counselors, Lycidas, expressed the opinion that it was better to receive the proposal which Morokides brought before them and refer it to the assembly of the people. He, I say, uttered this opinion, whether because he had received money from Mardonios, or because this was his own inclination. However, the Athenians forthwith, both those of the council and those outside, when they heard of it, were very indignant. And they came about Lycidas and stoned him to death. But the Hellespontian Morokides they dismissed unhurt. Then when there had arisen much uproar in Salamis about Lycidas, the women of the Athenians heard of that which was being done, and one woman passing the word to another and one taking another with her. They went of their own accord to the house of Lycidas and stoned his wife and his children to death. 6. The Athenians had passed over to Salamis as follows: so long as they were looking that an army should come from the Peloponnese to help them, they remained in Attica. But as those in Peloponnesus acted very slowly and with much delay, while the invader was said to be already in Boeotia, they accordingly removed everything out of danger, and themselves passed over to Salamis. And at the same time they sent envoys to Lacedaemon to reproach the Lacedaemonians for having permitted the barbarian to invade Attica and for not having gone to Boeotia to meet him in company with them. And also to remind them how many things the Persian had promised to give the Athenians if they changed sides. Bidding the envoys warn them that if they did not help the Athenians would find some shelter for themselves. 7. For the Lacedaemonians in fact were keeping a feast during this time, and celebrating the Hyacinthia. And they held it of the greatest consequence to provide for the things which concerned the god, while at the same time their wall which they had been building at the isthmus was just at this moment being completed with battlements. And when the envoys from the Athenians came to Lacedaemon, bringing with them also envoys from Megara and Plataea, they came in before the ephors and said as follows. 7. A. The Athenians sent us saying that the king of the Medes not only offers to give us back our land, but also desires to make us his allies on fair and equal terms without deceit or treachery. And is desirous moreover to give us another land in addition to our own, whichsoever we shall ourselves choose. We however, having respect for Zeus of the Hellenes and disdaining to be traitors to Hellas, did not agree but refused, although we were unjustly dealt with by the other Hellenes and left to destruction. And although we knew that it was more profitable to make a treaty with the Persian than to carry on war, nor shall we make a treaty at any future time, if we have our own will. Thus sincerely is our duty done towards the Hellenes. 7. B. But as for you, after having come then to great dread lest we should make a treaty with the Persian, so soon as ye learnt certainly what our spirit was, namely that we should never betray Hellas. And because your wall across the isthmus is all but finished, now ye make no account of the Athenians, but having agreed with us to come to Boeotia to oppose the Persian, ye have now deserted us. And ye permitted the barbarian moreover to make invasion of Attica. For the present then the Athenians have anger against you, for ye did not do as was fitting to be done, and now they bid you with all speed send out an army together with us, in order that we may receive the barbarian in the land of Attica. For since we failed of Boeotia, the most suitable place to fight in our land is the Thriasian plain. 8. When the ephors heard this they deferred their reply to the next day, and then on the next day to the succeeding one. And this they did even for 10 days, deferring the matter from day to day, while during this time the whole body of the Peloponnesians were building the wall over the isthmus with great diligence and were just about to complete it. Now I am not able to say why, when Alexander the Macedonian had come to Athens, they were so very anxious lest the Athenians should take the side of the Medes, whereas now they had no care about it. Except indeed that their wall over the isthmus had now been built, and they thought they had no need of the Athenians any more. Whereas when Alexander came to Attica the wall had not yet been completed, but they were working at it in great dread of the Persians. 9. At last however the answer was given and the going forth of the Spartans took place in the following manner. On the day before that which was appointed for the last hearing of the envoys, Cilios a man of Tegea, who of all strangers had most influence in Lacedaemon, heard from the ephors all that which the Athenians were saying. And he, it seems, said to them these words, Thus the matter stands, ephors, if the Athenians are not friendly with us but are allies of the barbarian, then though a strong wall may have been built across the isthmus, yet a wide door has been opened for the Persian into Peloponnesus. Listen to their request, however, before the Athenians resolve upon something else tending to the fall of Hellas. 10. Thus he counseled them, and they forthwith took his words to heart. And saying nothing to the envoys who had come from the cities, while yet it was night they sent out 5,000 Spartans, with no less than 7 of the Helots set to attend upon each man of them, appointing Pausanias the son of Cleombrotus to lead them forth. Now the leadership belonged to Pleistarchus the son of Leonidas. But he was yet a boy, and the other was his guardian and cousin, for Cleombrotus, the father of Pausanias and son of Anaxandrides, was no longer alive, but when he had led home from the isthmus the army which had built the wall. No long time after this he died. Now the reason why Cleombrotus led home the army from the isthmus was this: as he was offering sacrifice for fighting against the Persian, the sun was darkened in the heaven. And Pausanias chose as commander in addition to himself Urania the son of Dorieus, a man of the same house. 11. So Pausanias with his army had gone forth out of Sparta. And the envoys, when day had come, not knowing anything of this going forth, came in before the ephors meaning to depart also, each to his own state, and when they had come in before them they said these words, Ye, O Lacedaemonians, are remaining here and celebrating this Hyacinthia and disporting yourselves, having left your allies to destruction. And the Athenians being wronged by you and for want of allies will make peace with the Persians on such terms as they can, and having made peace, evidently we become allies of the king. And therefore we shall join with him in expeditions against any land to which the Persians may lead us. And ye will learn then what shall be the issue for you of this matter. When the envoys spoke these words, the ephors said and confirmed it with an oath, that they supposed by this time the men were at Orestion on their way against the strangers, for they used to call the barbarians strangers. So they, not knowing of the matter, asked the meaning of these words, and asking they learnt all the truth, so that they were struck with amazement and set forth as quickly as possible in pursuit. And together with them 5,000 chosen hoplites of the Lacedaemonian, dwellers in the country round, did the same thing also. 12. They then, I say, were hastening towards the isthmus. And the Argives so soon as they heard that Pausanias with his army had gone forth from Sparta, sent as a herald to Attica the best whom they could find of the long-distance runners. Because they had before of their own motion engaged for Mardonios that they would stop the Spartans from going forth, and the herald when he came to Athens spoke as follows, Mardonios, the Argives sent me to tell thee that the young men have gone forth from Lacedaemon, and that the Argives are not able to stop them from going forth. With regard to this therefore may it be thy fortune to take measures well. 13. He having spoken thus departed and went back, and Mardonios was by no means anxious any more to remain in Attica when he heard this message. Before he was informed of this he had been waiting, because he desired to know the news from the Athenians as to what they were about to do. And he had not been injuring or laying waste the land of Attica, because he hoped always that they would make a treaty with him. But as he did not persuade them, being now informed of everything he began to retire out of the country before the force of Pausanias arrived at the isthmus. Having first set fire to Athens and cast down and destroyed whatever was left standing of the walls, houses, or temples. Now he marched away for this cause, namely first because Attica was not a land where horsemen could act freely, and also because, if he should be defeated in a battle in Attica, there was no way of retreat except by a narrow pass, so that a few men could stop them. He intended therefore to retreat to Thebes, and engage battle near to a friendly city and to a country where horsemen could act freely. 14. Mardonios then was retiring out of the way, and when he was already upon a road a message came to him saying that another body of troops in advance of the rest had come to Megara, consisting of 1,000 Lacedaemonians. Being thus informed he took counsel with himself, desiring if possible first to capture these. Therefore he turned back and proceeded to lead his army towards Megara, and the cavalry going in advance of the rest overran the Megaran land. This was the furthest land in Europe towards the sun-setting to which this Persian army came. 15. After this a message came to Mardonios that the Hellenes were assembled at the isthmus. Therefore he marched back by Decelia, for the chiefs of Boeotia had sent for those of the Aesopians who dwelt near the line of march, and these were his guides along the road to Sphindalius and thence to Tanagra. So having encamped for the night at Tanagra and on the next day having directed his march to Skolos, he was within the land of the Thebans. Then he proceeded to cut down the trees in the lands of the Thebans, although they were on the side of the Medes, moved not at all by enmity to them, but pressed by urgent necessity both to make a defense for his camp. And also he was making it for a refuge, in case that when he engaged battle things should not turn out for him as he desired. Now the encampment of his army extended from Erythrae along by Hyzai and reached the river Asopos. He was not however making the wall to extend so far as this, but with each face measuring somewhere about 10 furlongs. 16. While the barbarians were engaged upon this work, Atigenos the son of Phurnon, a Theban, having made magnificent preparations invited to an entertainment Mardonios himself and 50 of the Persians who were of most account. And these being invited came, and the dinner was given at Thebes. Now this which follows I heard from Thersander, an Orchomenian and a man of very high repute in Orchomenos. This Thersander said that he too was invited by Atigenos to this dinner, and there were invited also 50 men of the Thebans, and their host did not place them to recline separately each nation by themselves, but a Persian and a Theban upon every couch. Then when dinner was over, as they were drinking pledges to one another, the Persian who shared a couch with him speaking in the Hellenic tongue asked him of what place he was, and he answered that he was of Orchomenos. The other said, Since now thou hast become my table companion and the sharer of my libation, I desire to leave behind with thee a memorial of my opinion. In order that thou thyself also mayest know beforehand and be able to take such counsels for thyself as may be profitable. Dost thou see these Persians who are feasting here, and the army which we left behind encamped upon the river? Of all these, when a little time has gone by, thou shalt see but very few surviving. While the Persian said these words he shed many tears, as Thersander reported, and he marveling at his speech said to him, Surely then it is right to tell Mardonios and to those of the Persians who after him are held in regard. He upon this said, Friend, that which is destined to come from God, it is impossible for a man to avert, for no man is willing to follow counsel, even when one speaks that which is reasonable. And these things which I say many of us Persians know well, yet we go with the rest being bound in the bonds of necessity, and the most hateful grief of all human griefs is this, to have knowledge of the truth but no power over the event. These things I heard from Thersander of Orchomenos, and in addition to them this also, namely that he told them to various persons forthwith, before the battle took place at Plataea. 17. Mardonios then being encamped in Boeotia, the rest of the Hellenes who lived in these parts and took the side of the Medes were all supplying troops and had joined in the invasion of Attica, but the Phocians alone had not joined in the invasion. The Phocians, I say, for these two were now actively taking the side of the Medes, not of their own will however, but by compulsion. Not many days however after the arrival of Mardonios at Thebes, there came of them 1,000 hoplites, and their leader was Harmachides, the man who was of most repute among their citizens. When these two came to Thebes, Mardonios sent horsemen and bade the Phocians take up their position by themselves in the plain. After they had so done, forthwith the whole cavalry appeared. And upon this there went a rumor through the army of Hellenes which was with the Medes that the cavalry was about to shoot them down with javelins, and this same report went through the Phocians themselves also. Then their commander Harmachides exhorted them, speaking as follows, Phocians, it is manifest that these men are meaning to deliver us to a death which we may plainly foresee, because we have been falsely accused by the Thessalians. As I conjecture, now therefore it is right that every one of you prove himself a good man. For it is better to bring our lives to an end doing deeds of valor and defending ourselves, than to be destroyed by a dishonorable death offering ourselves for the slaughter. Let each man of them learn that they are barbarians and that we, against whom they contrived murder, are Hellenes. 18. While he was thus exhorting them, the horsemen having encompassed them round were riding towards them as if to destroy them. And they were already aiming their missiles as if about to discharge them, nay some perhaps did discharge them, and meanwhile the Phocians stood facing them gathered together and with their ranks closed as much as possible every way. Then the horsemen turned and rode away back. Now I am not able to say for certain whether they came to destroy the Phocians at the request of the Thessalians, and then when they saw them turn to defense they feared lest they also might suffer some loss, and therefore rode away back. For so Mardonios had commanded them. Or whether on the other hand he desired to make trial of them and to see if they had in them any warlike spirit. Then, when the horsemen had ridden away back, Mardonios sent a herald and spoke to them as follows: Be of good courage, Phocians, for ye proved yourselves good men, and not as I was informed. Now therefore carry on this way with zeal, for ye will not surpass in benefits either myself or the king. Thus far it happened as regards the Phocians. 19. When the Lacedaemonians came to the isthmus they encamped upon it, and hearing this the rest of the Peloponnesians who favored the better cause, and some also because they saw the Spartans going out, did not think it right to be behind the Lacedaemonians in their going forth. So from the isthmus, when the sacrifices had proved favorable, they marched all together and came to Eleusis. And having performed sacrifices there also, when the signs were favorable they marched onwards, and the Athenians together with them, who had passed over from Salamis and had joined them at Eleusis. And then they had come to Erythrae in Boeotia, then they learnt that the barbarians were encamping on the Asopos, and having perceived this they ranged themselves over against them on the lower slopes of Kithaeron. 20. Then Mardonios, as the Hellenes did not descend into the plain, sent towards them all his cavalry, of which the commander was Mecistios, by the Hellenes called Mecistios, a man of reputation among the Persians, who had an Assaean horse with a bridle of gold and in other respects finely caparisoned. So when the horsemen had ridden up to the Hellenes they attacked them by squadrons, and attacking they did them much mischief, and moreover in contempt they called them women. 21. Now it happened by chance that the Megarians were posted in the place which was the most assailable of the whole position and to which the cavalry could best approach, so as the cavalry were making their attacks. The Megarians being hard pressed sent a herald to the commanders of the Hellenes, and the herald having come spoke these words: The Megarians say, We, O allies, are not able by ourselves to sustain the attacks of the Persian cavalry, keeping this position where we took post at the first. Nay, even hitherto by endurance and valor alone have we held out against them, hard pressed as we are, and now unless ye shall send some others to take up our position in succession to us, know that we shall leave the position in which we now are. The herald brought report to them thus. And upon this Pausanias made trial of the Hellenes, whether any others would voluntarily offer to go to this place and post themselves there in succession to the Megarians, and when the rest were not desirous to go, the Athenians undertook the task. And of the Athenians those 300 picked men of whom Olympidoros the son of Lampon was captain. 22. These they were who undertook the task and were posted at Erythrae in advance of the other Hellenes who ere there present, having chosen to go with them the bowmen also. For some time then they fought, and at last an end was set to the fighting in the following manner: while the cavalry was attacking by squadrons, the horse of Mecistios, going in advance of the rest, was struck in the side by an arrow. And feeling pain he reared upright and threw Mecistios off. And when he had fallen, the Athenians forthwith pressed upon him. And his horse they took and himself, as he made resistance, they slew, though at first they could not, for his equipment was of this kind: he wore a cuirass of gold scales underneath, and over the cuirass he had put on a crimson tunic. So as they struck upon the cuirass they could effect nothing, until some one, perceiving what the matter was, thrust into his eye. Then at length he fell and died. And by some means the other men of the cavalry had not observed this take place, for they neither saw him when he had fallen from his horse nor when he was being slain, and while the retreat and the turn were being made. They did not perceive that which was happening. But when they had stopped their horses, then at once they missed him, since there was no one to command them. And when they perceived what had happened, they passed the word to one another and all rode together, that they might if possible recover the body. 23. The Athenians upon that, seeing that the cavalry were riding to attack them no longer by squadrons but all together, shouted to the rest of the army to help them. Then while the whole number of those on foot were coming to their help, there arose a sharp fight for the body. And so long as the 300 were alone they had much the worse and were about to abandon the body, but when the mass of the army came to their help, then the horsemen no longer sustained the fight, nor did they succeed in recovering the body. And besides him they lost others of their number also. Then they drew off about 2 furlongs away and deliberated what they should do, and it seemed good to them, as they had no commander, to ride back to Mardonios. 24. When the cavalry arrived at the camp, the whole army and also Mardonios made great mourning for Mecistios, cutting off their own hair and that of their horses and baggage animals and giving way to lamentation without stint. For all Boeotia was filled with the sound of it, because one had perished who after Mardonios was of the most account with the Persians and with the king. 25. The barbarians then were paying honors in their own manner to Mecistios slain, but the Hellenes, when they had sustained the attack of the cavalry and having sustained it had driven them back, were much more encouraged. And first they put the dead body in a cart and conveyed it along their ranks, and the body was a sight worth seeing for its size and beauty, wherefore also the men left their places in the ranks and went one after the other to gaze upon Mecistios. After this they resolved to come down further towards Plataea, for the region of Plataea was seen to be much more convenient for them to encamp in than that of Erythrae, both for other reasons and because it is better watered. To this region then and to the spring Gargaphia, which is in this region, they resolved that they must come, and encamp in their several posts. So they took up their arms and went by the lower slopes of Kithaeron past Hysiae to the Plataean land. And having there arrived they posted themselves according to their several nations near the spring Gargaphia and the sacred enclosure of Androcrates the hero, over low hills or level ground. 26. Then in the arranging of the several posts there arose a contention of much argument between the Tegeans and the Athenians, for they each claimed to occupy the other wing of the army themselves, alleging deeds both new and old. The Tegeans on the one hand said as follows: We have been always judged worthy of this post by the whole body of allies in all the common expeditions which the Peloponnesians have made before this, whether in old times or but lately. Ever since that time when the sons of Heracles endeavored after the death of Eurystheus to return to the Peloponnese. This honor we gained at that time by reason of the following event, when with the Achaeans and the Ionians who were then in Peloponnesus we had come out to the isthmus to give assistance and were encamped opposite those who desired to return. Then it is said that Hyllos made a speech saying that it was not right that the one army should risk its safety by engaging battle with the other. And urging that that man of the army of the Peloponnesians whom they should judge to be the best of them should fight in single combat with himself on terms concerted between them. The Peloponnesians then resolved that this should be done, and they made oath with one another on this condition that if Hyllos should conquer the leader of the Peloponnesians, then the sons of Heracles should return to their father's heritage. But he should be conquered, then on the other hand the sons of Heracles should depart and lead away their army, and not within 100 years attempt to return to the Peloponnese. There was selected then of all the allies, he himself making a voluntary offer, Echemos the son of Eropos, the son of Phegeus, who was our commander and king, and he fought a single combat and slew Hyllos. By reason of this deed we obtained among the Peloponnesians of that time, besides many other great privileges which we still possess, this also of always leading the other wing of the army, when a common expedition is made. To you, Lacedaemonians, we make no opposition, but we give you freedom of choice, and allow you to command whichever wing ye desire. But of the other we say that it belongs to us to be the leaders as in former time, and apart from this deed which has been related, we are more worthy than the Athenians to have this post. For in many glorious contests have we contended against you, O Spartans, and in many also against others. Therefore it is just that we have the other wing rather than the Athenians, for they have not achieved deeds such as ours, either new or old. 27. Thus they spoke, and the Athenians replied as follows: Though we know that this gathering was assembled for battle with the barbarian and not for speech, yet since the Tegean has proposed to us as a task to speak of things both old and new, the deeds of merit namely which by each of our two nations have been achieved in all time, it is necessary for us to point out to you whence it comes that to us, who have been brave men always, it belongs as a heritage rather than to the Arcadians to have the chief place. First as to the sons of Heracles, whose leader they say that they slew at the Isthmus, these in the former time, when they were driven away by all the Hellenes to whom they came flying from slavery under those of Mycene, we alone received. And joining with them we subdued the insolence of Eurystheus, having conquered in fight those who then dwelt in Peloponnesus. Again when the Argives who with Polynices marched against Thebes, had been slain and were lying unburied, we declare that we marched an army against the Cadmeans and recovered the dead bodies and gave them burial in our own land at Eleusis. We have moreover another glorious deed performed against the Amazons who invaded once the Attic land, coming from the river Thermodon, and in the toils of Troy we were not inferior to any. But it is of no profit to make mention of these things. For on the one hand, though we were brave men in those times, we might now have become worthless, and on the other hand even though we were then worthless, yet now we might be better. Let it suffice therefore about ancient deeds. But if by us no other deed has been displayed, as many there have been and glorious, not less than by any other people of the Hellenes, yet even by reason of the deed wrought at Marathon alone we are worthy to have this privilege and others besides this, seeing that we alone of all the Hellenes fought in single combat with the Persian. And having undertaken so great a deed we overcame and conquered 46 nations. Are we not worthy then to have this post by reason of that deed alone? However, since at such a time as this it is not fitting to contend for post, we are ready to follow your saying, O Lacedaemonians, as to where ye think it most convenient that we should stand and opposite to whom. For wheresoever we are posted, we shall endeavor to be brave men. Prescribe to us therefore and we shall obey. They made answer thus. And the whole body of the Lacedaemonians shouted aloud that the Athenians were more worthy to occupy the wing than the Arcadians. Thus the Athenians obtained the wing, and overcame the Tegeans. 28. After this the Hellenes were ranged as follows, both those of them who came in continually afterwards and those who had come at the first. The right wing was held by 10,000 Lacedaemonians. And of these the 5,000 who were Spartans were attended by 35,000 Helots serving as light-armed troops, 7 of them appointed for each man. To stand next to themselves the Spartans chose the Tegeans, both to do them honor and also because of their valor, and of these there were 1,500 hoplites. After these were stationed 5,000 Corinthians, and they had obtained permission from Pausanias that the 300 who were present of the men of Potidaea in Pellene should stand by their side. Next to these were stationed 600 Arcadians of Orchomenos, and to these 3,000 Sicyonians. Next after these were 800 Epidaurians, by the side of these were ranged 1,000 Troezenians, next to the Troezenians 200 Lepreates, next to these 400 of the men of Mycene and Tiryns, and then 1,000 Phliasians. By the side of these stood 300 Hermionians, and next to the Hermionians were stationed 600 Eretrians and Styrians, next to these 400 Chalcidians, and to these 500 men of Ampracia. After these stood 800 Leucadians and Anactorians, and next to them 200 from Pale in Cephallenia. After these were ranged 500 Aeginetans, by their side 3,000 Megarians, and next to these 600 Plataeans. Last, or if you will first, were ranged the Athenians, occupying the left wing, 8,000 in number, and the commander of them was Aristides the son of Lysimachos. 29. These all, excepting those who were appointed to attend the Spartans, 7 for each man, were hoplites, being in number altogether 3 myriads 8,700. This was the whole number of hoplites who were assembled against the barbarian. And the number of the light-armed was as follows: of the Spartan division 35,000 men, reckoning at the rate of 7 for each man, and of these every one was equipped for fighting. And the light-armed troops of the rest of the Lacedaemonians and of the other Hellenes, being about 1 for each man, amounted to 34,500. 30. Of the light-armed fighting men the whole number then was 6 myriads and 9,500. And of the whole Hellenic force which assembled at Plataea the number, including both the hoplites and the light-armed fighting men, was 11 myriads all but 1,800 men. And with the Thespians who were present the number of 11 myriads was fully made up. For there were present also in the army those of the Thespians who survived, being in number about 1,800, and these too were without heavy arms. These then having been ranged in order were encamped on the river Asopos. 31. Meanwhile the barbarians with Mardonios, when they had sufficiently mourned for Mecistios, being informed that the Hellenes were at Plataea came themselves also to that part of the Asopos which flows there. And having arrived there, they were ranged against the enemy by Mardonios thus, against the Lacedaemonians he stationed the Persians. And since the Persians were much superior in numbers, they were arrayed in deeper ranks than those, and notwithstanding this they extended in front of the Tegeans also, and he ranged them in this manner. All the strongest part of that body he selected from the rest and stationed it opposite to the Lacedaemonians, but the weaker part he ranged by their side opposite to the Tegeans. This he did on the information and suggestion of the Thebans. Then next to the Persians he ranged the Medes, and these extended in front of the Corinthians, Potidæans, Orchomenians and Sicyonians. Next to the Medes he ranged the Bactrians. And these extended in front of the Epidaurians, Troezenians, Lepreates, Terinthians, Mycenaeans and Phliasians. After the Bactrians he stationed the Indians, and these extended in front of the Hermionians, Eretrians, Styrians and Chalcidians. Next to the Indians he ranged the Sacans, who extended in front of the men of Ampracia, the Anactorians, Leucadians, Palians and Aeginetans. Next to the Sacans and opposite to the Athenians, Plataeans and Megarians, he ranged the Boeotians, Locrians, Malians, Thessalians, and 1,000 men of the Phocians, for not all the Phocians had taken the side of the Medes. But some of them were even supporting the cause of the Hellenes, being shut up in Parnassos. And setting out from thence they plundered from the army of Mardonios and from those of the Hellenes who were with him. He ranged the Macedonians also and those who dwell about the borders of Thessaly opposite to the Athenians. 32. These which have been named were the greatest of the nations who were arrayed in order by Mardonios, those, I mean, which were the most renowned and of greatest consideration, but there were in his army also men of several other nations mingled together, of the Phrygians, Thracians, Mysians, Paeonians, and the rest. And among them also some Ethiopians, and of the Egyptians those called Hermotybians and Calasirians, carrying knives, who of all the Egyptians are the only warriors. These men, while he was yet at Phaleron, he had caused to disembark from the ships in which they served as fighting men, for the Egyptians had not been appointed to serve in the land army which came with Xerxes to Athens. Of the barbarians then there were 30 myriads, as has been declared before, but of the Hellenes who were allies of Mardonios no man knows what the number was, for they were not numbered. But by conjecture I judge that these were assembled to the number of 5 myriads. These who were placed in array side by side were on foot, and the cavalry was ranged apart from them in a separate body. 33. When all had been drawn up by nations and by divisions, then on the next day they offered sacrifice on both sides. For the Hellenes Tisamenos the son of Antiochos was he who offered sacrifice, for he it was who accompanied this army as diviner. This man the Lacedaemonians had made to be one of their own people, being an Elean and of the race of the Iamadae, for when Tisamenos was seeking divination at Delphi concerning issue, the Pythian prophetess made answer to him that he should win 5 of the greatest contests. He accordingly, missing the meaning of the oracle, began to attend to athletic games, supposing that he should win contests of athletics. And he practiced for the 5 contests and came within one fall of winning a victory at the Olympic Games, being set to contend with Hieronymus of Andrus. The Lacedaemonians however perceived that the oracle given to Tisamenos had reference not to athletic but to martial contests, and they endeavored to persuade Tisamenos by payment of money, and to make him a leader in their wars together with the kings of the race of Heracles. He then, seeing that the Spartans set much store on gaining him over as a friend, having perceived this, I say, he raised his price and signified to them that he would do as they desired, if they would make him a citizen of their state and give him full rights, but for no other payment. The Spartans at first when they heard this displayed indignation and altogether gave up their request, but at last, when great terror was hanging over them of this Persian armament, they gave way and consented. He then perceiving that they had changed their minds, said that he could not now be satisfied even so, nor with these terms alone. But it was necessary that his brother Hegias also should be made a Spartan citizen on the same terms as he himself became one. 34. By saying this he followed the example of Melampus in his request, if one may compare royal power with mere citizenship. For Melampus on his part, when the women in Argos had been seized by madness, and the Argives endeavored to hire him to come from Pylos and to cause their women to cease from the malady, proposed as payment for himself the half of the royal power. And the Argives did not suffer this, but departed, and afterwards, when more of their women became mad, at length they accepted that which Melampus had proposed, and went to offer him this, but he then seeing that they had changed their minds, increased his demand, and said that he would not do that which they desired unless they gave to his brother Bias also the third share in the royal power. And the Argives, being driven into straits, consented to this also. 35. Just so the Spartans also, being very much in need of Tisamenos, agreed with him on any terms which he desired, and when the Spartans had agreed to this demand also, then Tisamenos the Elean, having become a Spartan, had part with them in winning 5 of the greatest contests as their diviner, and these were the only men who ever were made fellow citizens of the Spartans. Now the 5 contests were these, one and the first of them was this at Plataea, and after this the contest at Tegea, which took place with the Tegeans and the Argives, then that at Dipaeus against all the Arcadians except the Mantineans. After that the contest with the Messenians at Ithome, and last of all that which took place at Tanagra against the Athenians and Argives. This, I say, was accomplished last of the 5 contests. 36. This Tisamenos was acting now as diviner for the Hellenes in the Plataean land, being brought by the Spartans. Now to the Hellenes the sacrifices were of good omen if they defended themselves only, but not if they crossed the Asopos and began a battle. 37. And Mardonios too, who was eager to begin a battle, found the sacrifices not favorable to this design, but they were of good omen to him also if he defended himself only. For he too used the Hellenic manner of sacrifice, having as diviner Hegesistratos and Elean and the most famous of the Teleadae, whom before these events the Spartans had taken and bound, in order to put him to death, because they had suffered much mischief from him. He then being in this evil case, seeing that he was running a course for his life and was likely moreover to suffer much torment before his death, had done a deed such as may hardly be believed. Being made fast on a block bound with iron, he obtained an iron tool, which in some way had been brought in, and contrived forthwith a deed the most courageous of any that we know, for having first calculated how the remaining portion of his foot might be got out of the block, he cut away the flat of his own foot, and after that, since he was guarded still by warders, he broke through the wall and so ran away to Tegea, travelling during the nights and in the daytime entering a wood and resting there. So that, though the Lacedaemonians searched for him in full force, he arrived at Tegea on the 3rd night. And the Lacedaemonians were possessed by great wonder both at his courage, when they saw the piece of the foot that was cut off lying there, and also because they were not able to find him. So he at that time having thus escaped them took refuge at Tegea, which then was not friendly with the Lacedaemonians, and when he was healed and had procured for himself a wooden foot, he became an open enemy of the Lacedaemonians. However in the end the enmity into which he had fallen with the Lacedaemonians was not to his advantage, for he was caught by them while practicing divination in Zakynthos, and was put to death. 38. However the death of Hegesistratos took place later than the events at Plataea, and he was now at the Asopos, having been hired by Mardonians for no mean sum. Sacrificing and displaying zeal for his cause both on account of his enmity with the Lacedaemonians and on account of the gain which he got, but as the sacrifices were not favorable for a battle either for the Persians themselves or for those Hellenes who were with them, for these also had a diviner for themselves, Hippomachos a Leucadian, and as the Hellenes had men constantly flowing in and were becoming more in number, Timagenides the son of Herpes, a Theban, counseled Mardonios to set a guard on the pass of Kithaeron, saying that the Hellenes were constantly flowing in every day and that he would thus cut off large numbers. 39. 8 days had now passed while they had been sitting opposite to one another, when he gave this counsel to Mardonios. And Mardonios, perceiving that the advice was good, sent the cavalry when night came on to the pass of Kithaeron leading towards Plataea, which the Boeotians call the Three Heads, and the Athenians the Oak Heads. Having been thus sent, the cavalry did not come without effect, for they caught 500 baggage animals coming out into the plain, which were bearing provisions from Peloponnesus to the army. And also the men who accompanied the carts, and having taken this prize the Persians proceeded to slaughter them without sparing either beast or man. And when they were satiated with killing they surrounded the rest and drove them into the camp to Mardonios. 40. After this deed they spent 2 days more, neither side wishing to begin a battle. For the barbarians advanced as far as the Asopos to make trial of the Hellenes, but neither side would cross the river. However the cavalry of Mardonios made attacks continually and did damage to the Hellenes. For the Thebans, being very strong on the side of the Medes, carried on the war with vigor, and always directed them up to the moment of fighting. And after this the Persians and Medes took up the work and were they who displayed valor in their turn. 41. For 10 days then nothing more was done than this. But when the 11th day had come, while they still sat opposite to one another at Plataea, the Hellenes having by this time grown much more numerous and Mardonios being greatly vexed at the delay of action. Then Mardonios the son of Gobryas and Artabatzos the son of Pharnax, who was esteemed by Xerxes as few of the Persians were besides, came to speech with one another. And as they conferred, the opinions they expressed were these, that of Artabatzos, that they must put the whole army in motion as soon as possible and go to the walls of the Thebans, whither great stores of corn had been brought in for them and fodder for their beasts. And that they should settle there quietly and get their business done as follows. They had, he said, great quantities of gold, both coined and uncoined, and also of silver and of drinking cups. And these he advised they should send about to the Hellenes without stint, more especially to those of the Hellenes who were leaders in their several cities. And these, he said, would speedily deliver up their freedom, and he advised that they should not run the risk of a battle. His opinion then was the same as that of the Thebans, for he as well as they had some true foresight, but the opinion of Mardonios was more vehement and more obstinate, and he was by no means disposed to yield. For he said that he thought their army far superior to that of the Hellenes, and he gave as his opinion that they should engage battle as quickly as possible and not allow them to assemble in still greater numbers than were already assembled. And as for the sacrifices of Hegesistratos, they should leave them alone and not endeavor to force a good sign, but follow the custom of the Persians and engage battle. 42. When he so expressed his judgment, none opposed him, and thus his opinion prevailed, for he and not Artabatzos had the command of the army given him by the king. He summoned therefore the commanders of the divisions and the generals of those Hellenes who were with him, and asked whether they knew of any oracle regarding the Persians, which said that they should be destroyed in Hellas. And when those summoned to council were silent, some not knowing the oracles and others knowing them but not esteeming it safe to speak, Mardonios himself said, Since then ye either know nothing or do not venture to speak, I will tell you. Since I know very well. There is an oracle saying that the Persians are destined when they come to Hellas to plunder the temple at Delphi, and having plundered it to perish every one of them. We therefore, just because we know this, will not go to that temple nor will we attempt to plunder it, and for this cause we shall not perish. So many of you therefore as chance to wish well to the Persians, have joy so far as regards this matter, and be assured that we shall overcome the Hellenes. Having spoken to them thus, he next commanded to prepare everything and to set all in order, since at dawn of the next day a battle would be fought. 43. Now this oracle, which Mardonios said referred to the Persians, I know for my part was composed with reference with the Illyrians and the army of the Enchelians, and not with reference to the Persians at all. However, the oracle which was composed by Bacchus with reference to this battle. The gathering of Hellenes together in cry of barbarian voices. Where the Thermodon flows, by the banks of grassy Asopos. Here very many shall fall ere destiny gave them to perish. Medes bow-bearing in fight, when the fatal day shall approach them. These sayings, and others like them composed by Museos, I know had reference to the Persians. Now the river Thermodon flows between Tanagra and Glycis. 44. After the inquiry about the oracles and the exhortation given by Mardonios, night came on and the guards were set, and when night was far advanced, and it seemed that there was quiet everywhere in the camps, and that the men were in their deepest sleep, then Alexander the son of Amyntas, commander and king of the Macedonians, rode his horse up to the guard posts of the Athenians and requested that he might have speech with their generals. So while the greater number of the guards stayed at their posts, some ran to the generals, and when they reached them they said that a man had come riding on a horse out of the camp of the Medes, who discovered nothing further, but only named the generals and said that he desired to have speech with them. 45. Having heard this, forthwith they accompanied the men to the guard posts, and when they had arrived there, Alexander thus spoke to them, Athenians, I lay up these words of mine as a trust to you, charging you to keep them secret and tell them to no one except only to Pausanias, lest ye bring me to ruin, for I should not utter them if I did not care greatly for the general safety of Hellas. Seeing that I am a Hellene myself by original descent and I should not wish to see Hellas enslaved instead of free. I say then that Mardonios and his army cannot get the offerings to be according to their mind, for otherwise you would long ago have fought. Now however he has resolved to let the offerings alone and to bring on a battle at dawn of day. For, as I conjecture, he fears lest ye should assemble in greater numbers. Therefore prepare yourselves, and if after all Mardonios should put off the battle and not bring it on, stay where ye are and hold out patiently. For they have provisions only for a few days remaining. And if this way shall have its issue according to your mind, then each one of you ought to remember me also concerning liberation, since I have done for the sake of the Hellenes so hazardous a deed by reason of my zeal for you. Desiring to show you the design of Mardonios, in order that the barbarians may not fall upon you when ye are not as yet expecting them, and I am Alexander the Macedonian. Thus having spoken he rode away back to the camp and to his own position. 46. Then the generals of the Athenians came to the right wing and told Pausanias that which they had heard from Alexander. Upon this saying he being struck with fear of the Persians spoke as follows, Since then at dawn the battle comes on, it is right that ye, Athenians, should take your stand opposite to the Persians. And we opposite to the Boeotians and those Hellenes who are now posted against you. And for this reason, namely because ye are acquainted with the Medes and with their manner of fighting, having fought with them at Marathon, whereas we have had no experience of these men and are without knowledge of them. For not one of the Spartans has made trial of the Medes in fight, but of the Boeotians and Thessalians we have had experience. It is right therefore that ye should take up your arms and come to this wing of the army, and that we should go to the left wing. In answer to this the Athenians spoke as follows, to ourselves also long ago at the very first, when we saw that the Persians were being ranged opposite to you, it occurred to us to say these very things, which ye now bring forward before we have uttered them. But we feared lest these words might not be pleasing to you. Since however ye yourselves have made mention of this, know that your words have caused us pleasure, and that we are ready to do this which ye say. 47. Both then were content to do this, and as dawn appeared they began to change their positions with one another, and the Boeotians perceiving that which was being done reported it to Mardonios, who, when he heard it, forthwith himself also endeavored to change positions, bringing the Persians along so as to be against the Lacedaemonians, and when Pausanias learnt that this was being done, he perceived that he was not unobserved. And he led the Spartans back again to the right wing. And just so also did Mardonios upon his left. 48. When they had been thus brought to their former positions, Mardonios sent a herald to the Spartans and said as follows, Lacedaemonians, ye are said forsooth by those who are here to be very good men. And they have admiration for you because ye do not flee in war nor leave your post, but stay there and either destroy your enemies or perish yourselves. In this however, as it now appears, there is no truth. For before we engaged battle and came to hand conflict we saw you already flee and leave your station, desiring to make the trial with the Athenians first, while ye ranged yourselves opposite to our slaves. These are not at all the deeds of good men in war, but we were deceived in you very greatly, for we expected by reason of your renown that ye would send a herald to us, challenging us and desiring to fight with the Persians alone. But though we on our part were ready to do this, we did not find that ye said anything of this kind, but rather that ye cowered with fear. Now therefore since ye were not the first to say this, we are the first. Why do we not forthwith fight, ye on behalf of the Hellenes, since ye have the reputation of being the best, and we on behalf of the barbarians, with equal numbers on both sides? And if we think it good that the others should fight also, then let them fight afterwards. And if on the other hand we should not think it good, but think it sufficient that we alone should fight, then let us fight it out to the end, and whichsoever of us shall be the victors, let these be counted as victorious with their whole army. 49. The herald having thus spoken waited for some time, and then, as no one made him any answer, he departed and went back, and having returned he signified to Mardonios that which had happened to him. Mardonios then being greatly rejoiced and elated by his empty victory, sent the cavalry to attack the Hellenes, and when the horsemen had ridden to attack them, they did damage to the whole army of the Hellenes by hurling javelins against them and shooting with bows, being mounted archers and hard therefore to fight against, and they disturbed and choked up the spring Gargaphia, from which the whole army of the Hellenes was drawing its water. Now the Lacedaemonians alone were posted near this spring, and it was at some distance from the rest of the Hellenes, according as they chanced to be posted, while the Asopos was near at hand. But when they were kept away from the Asopos, then they used to go backwards and forwards to this spring, for they were not permitted by the horsemen and archers to fetch water from the river. 50. Such then being the condition of things, the generals of the Hellenes, since the army had been cut off from its water and was being harassed by the cavalry, assembled to consult about these and other things. Coming to Pausanias upon the right wing, for other things too troubled them yet more than these of which we have spoken, since they no longer had provisions. And their attendants who had been sent to Peloponnese for the purpose of getting them had been cut off by the cavalry and were not able to reach the camp. 51. It was resolved then by the generals in council with one another, that if the Persians put off the battle for that day, they would go to the island. This is distant 10 furlongs from the Asopos and the spring Gargaphia, where they were then encamped, and is in front of the city of the Plataeans, and if it be asked how there can be an island on the mainland. Thus it is, the river parts in two above, as it flows from Kithaeron down to the plain, keeping a distance of about 3 furlongs between its streams, and after that it joins again in one stream. And the name of it is Ouro, said by the natives of the country to be the daughter of Asopos. To this place of which I speak they determined to remove, in order that they might be able to get an abundant supply of water and that the cavalry might not do them damage, as now when they were right opposite. And they proposed to remove when the second watch of the night should have come, so that the Persians might not see them set forth and harass them with the cavalry pursuing. They proposed also, after they had arrived at this place, round which, as I say, Ouro the daughter of Asopos flows, parting into 2 streams as she runs from Kithaeron, to send half the army to Kithaeron during this same night, in order to take up their attendants who had gone to get the supplies of provisions. For these were cut off from them in Kithaeron. 52. Having thus resolved, during the whole of that day they had trouble unceasingly, while the cavalry pressed upon them. But when the day drew to a close and the attacks of the cavalry had ceased, then as it was becoming night and the time had arrived at which it had been agreed that they should retire from their place, the greater number of them set forth and began to retire, not however keeping it in mind to go to the place which had been agreed upon. But on the contrary, when they had begun to move, they readily took occasion to flee from the cavalry towards the city of the Plataeans, and in their flight they came as far as the temple of Hera. which temple is in front of the city of the Plataeans at a distance of 20 furlongs from the spring Gargaphia. And when they had there arrived they halted in front of the temple. 53. These then were encamping about the temple of Hera. And Pausanias, seeing that they were retiring from the camp, gave the word to the Lacedaemonians also to take up their arms and go after the others who were preceding them, supposing that these were going to the place to which they had agreed to go. Then, when all the other commanders were ready to obey Pausanias, Amampharidos the son of Polyades, the commander of the Pitonate division, said that he would not flee from the strangers, nor with his own will would he disgrace Sparta. And he expressed wonder at seeing that which was being done, not having been present at the former discussion. And Pausanias and Euryanax were greatly disturbed that he did not obey them, and still more that they should be compelled to leave the Pitonate division behind, since he thus refused. For they feared that if they should leave it in order to do that which they had agreed with the other Hellenes, both Amampharidos himself would perish being left behind and also the men with him. With this thought they kept the Lacedaemonian force from moving, and meanwhile they endeavored to persuade him that it was not right for him to do so. 54. They then were exhorting Amampharidos, who had been left behind alone of the Lacedaemonians and Tegeans. And meanwhile the Athenians were keeping themselves quiet in the place where they had been posted, knowing the spirit of the Lacedaemonians, that they were apt to say otherwise than they really meant. And when the army began to move, they sent a horseman from their own body to see whether the Spartans were attempting to set forth, or whether they had in truth no design at all to retire, and they bade him ask Pausanias what they ought to do. 55. So when the herald came to the Lacedaemonians, he saw that they were still in their place and that the chiefs of them had come to strife with one another, for when Euryanax and Pausanias both exhorted Amampharidos not to run the risk of remaining behind with his men alone of all the Lacedaemonians, they did not at all persuade him, and at last they had come to downright strife. And meanwhile the herald of the Athenians had arrived and was standing by them. And Amampharidos in his contention took a piece of rock in both his hands and placed it at the feet of Pausanias, saying that with this pebble he gave his vote not to fly from the strangers, meaning the barbarians. Pausanias then, calling him a madman and one who was not in his right senses, bade tell the state of their affairs to the Athenian herald, who was asking that which he had been charged to ask. And at the same time he requested the Athenians to come towards the Lacedaemonians and to do in regard to the retreat the same as they did. 56. He then went away back to the Athenians. And as the dawn of day found them yet disputing with one another, Pausanias, who had remained still throughout all this time, gave the signal, and led away all the rest over the low hills. Supposing that Amampharidos would not stay behind when the other Lacedaemonians departed, in which he was in fact right. And with them also went the Tegeans. Meanwhile the Athenians, following the commands which were given them, were going in the direction opposite to that of the Lacedaemonians. For these were clinging to the hills and the lower slope of Kithaeron from fear of the cavalry, while the Athenians were marching below in the direction of the plain. 57. As for Amampharidos, he did not at first believe that Pausanias would ever venture to leave him and his men behind, and he stuck to it that they should stay there and not leave their post. But when Pausanias and his troops were well in front, then he perceived that they had actually left him behind, and he made his division take up their arms and led them slowly towards the main body. This, when it had got away about 10 furlongs, stayed for the division of Amampharidos, halting at the river Molois and the place called Argiopian, where also there stands a temple of the Eleusinian Demeter, and it stayed there for this reason. Namely in order that of Amampharidos and his division should not leave the place where they had been posted, but should remain there, it might be able to come back to their assistance. So Amampharidos and his men were coming up to join them, and the cavalry also of the barbarians was at the same time beginning to attack them in full force, for the horsemen did on this day as they had been wont to do every day. And seeing the place vacant in which the Hellenes had been posted on the former days, they rode their horses on continually further, and as soon as they came up with them they began to attack them. 58. Then Mardonios, when he was informed that the Hellenes had departed during the night, and when he saw their place deserted, called Thorax of Larissa and his brothers Eurypylos and Thrasydios, and said, Sons of Aleus, will ye yet say anything? now that ye see these places deserted? For ye who dwell near them were wont to say that the Lacedaemonians did not fly from a battle, but were men unsurpassed in war. And these men ye not only saw before this changing from their post, but now we all of us see that they have run away during the past night. And by this they showed clearly, when the time came for them to contend in battle with those who were in truth the best of all men, that after all they were men of no worth, who had been making a display of valor among Hellenes, a worthless race. As for you, since ye had had no experience of the Persians, I for my part was very ready to excuse you when ye praised these, of whom after all ye knew something good. But much more I marvelled at Artabatzos that he should have been afraid of the Lacedaemonians, and that having been afraid he should have uttered that most cowardly opinion. Namely that we ought to move our army away and go to the city of the Thebans to be besieged there, an opinion about which the king shall yet be informed by me. Of these things we will speak in another place. Now however we must not allow them to act thus, but we must pursue them until they are caught and pay the penalty to us for all that they did to the Persians in time past. 59. Thus having spoken he led on the Persians at a run, after they had crossed the Asopos, on the track of the Hellenes, supposing that these were running away from him. And he directed his attack upon the Lacedaemonians and Tegeans only, for the Athenians, whose march was towards the plain, he did not see by reason of the hills. Then the rest of the commanders of the barbarian divisions, seeing that the Persians had started to pursue the Hellenes, forthwith all raised the signals for battle and began to pursue, each as fast as they could. Not arranged in any order or succession of post. 60. These then were coming on with shouting in confused numbers, thinking to make short work of the Hellenes. And Pausanias, when the cavalry began to attack, sent to the Athenians a horseman and said thus, Athenians, now that the greatest contest is set before us, namely that which has for its issue the freedom or the slavery of Hellas. We have been deserted by our allies, we Lacedaemonians and ye Athenians, seeing that they have run away during the night that is past. Now therefore it is determined what we must do upon this, namely that we must defend ourselves and protect one another as best we may. If then the cavalry had set forth to attack you at the first, we and the Tegeans, who with us refused to betray the cause of Hellas, should have been bound to go to your help. But as it is, since the whole body has come against us, it is right that ye should come to that portion of the army which is hardest pressed, to give aid. If however anything has happened to you which makes it impossible for you to come to our help, then do us a kindness by sending to us the archers. And we know that ye have been in the course of this present war by far the most zealous of all, so that ye will listen to our request in this matter also. 61. When the Athenians heard this they were desirous to come to their help and to assist them as much as possible. And as they were already going, they were attacked by those of the Hellenes on the side of the king who had been ranged opposite to them, so that they were no longer able to come to the help of the Lacedaemonians. For the force that was attacking them gave them much trouble. Thus the Lacedaemonians and Tegeans were left alone, being in number, together with light-armed men, the former 50,000 and the Tegeans 3,000. For these were not parted at all from the Lacedaemonians, and they began to offer sacrifice, meaning to engage battle with Mardonios and the force which had come against them. Then since their offerings did not prove favorable, and many of them were being slain during this time and many more wounded. For the Persians had made a palisade of their wickerwork shields and were discharging their arrows in great multitude and without sparing. Pausanias, seeing that the Spartans were hard pressed and that the offerings did not prove favorable, fixed his gaze upon the temple of Hera of the Plataeans and called upon the goddess to help, praying that they might by no means be cheated of their hope. 62. And while he was yet calling upon her thus, the Tegeans started forward before them and advanced against the barbarians, and forthwith after the prayer of Pausanias the offerings proved favorable for the Lacedaemonians as they sacrificed. So when this at length came to pass, then they also advanced against the Persians, and the Persians put away their bows and came against them. Then first there was fighting about the wickerwork shields, and when these had been overturned, after that the fighting was fierce by the side of the temple of Demeter, and so continued for a long time, until at last they came to justling. For the barbarians would take hold of the spears and break them off. Now in courage and in strength the Persians were not inferior to the others, but they were without defensive armor, and moreover they were unversed in war and unequal to their opponents in skill. And they would dart out one at a time or in groups of about 10 together, some more and some less, and fall upon the Spartans and perish. 63. In the place where Mardonios himself was, riding on a white horse and having about him the 1,000 best men of the Persians chosen out from the rest, here, I say, they pressed upon their opponents most of all, and so long as Mardonios survived, they held out against them, and defending themselves they cast down many of the Lacedaemonians. But when Mardonios was slain and the men who were ranged about his person, which was the strongest portion of the whole army, had fallen, then the others too turned and gave way before the Lacedaemonians. For their manner of dress, without defensive armor, was a very great cause of destruction to them, since in truth they were contending light-armed against hoplites. 64. Then the satisfaction for the murder of Leonidas was paid by Mardonios according to the oracle given to the Spartans, and the most famous victory of all those about which we have knowledge was gained by Pausanias the son of Cleombrotus, the son of Anaxandrides. Of his ancestors above this the names have been given for Leonidas, since, as it happens, they are the same for both. Now Mardonios was slain by Aramnestos, a man of consideration in Sparta, who afterwards, when the Median wars were over, with 300 men fought a battle against the whole army of the Messenians, then at war with the Lacedaemonians, at Sthenocleros, and both he was slain and also the 300. 65. When the Persians were turned to flight at Plataea by the Lacedaemonians, they fled in disorder to their own camp and to the palisade which they had made in the Theban territory, and it is a marvel to me that, whereas they fought by the side of the sacred grove of Demeter, not one of the Persians was found to have entered the enclosure or to have been slain within it. But round about the temple in the unconsecrated ground fell the greater number of the slain. I suppose, if one ought to suppose anything about divine things, that the goddess herself refused to receive them, because they had set fire to the temple, that is to say the palace, at Eleusis. 66. Thus far then had this battle proceeded, but Artabatzos the son of Pharnax had been displeased at the very first because Mardonios remained behind after the king was gone. And afterwards he had been bringing forward objections continually and doing nothing, but had urged them always not to fight a battle, and for himself he acted as follows, not being pleased with the things which were being done by Mardonios. The men of whom Artabatzos was commander, and he had with him no small force but one which was in number as much as 4 myriads of men, these, when the fighting began, being well aware what the issue of the battle would be, he led carefully. Having first given orders that all should go by the way which he should lead them and at the same pace at which they should see him go. Having given these orders he led his troops on pretence of taking them into battle, and when he was well on his way, he saw the Persians already taking flight. Then he no longer led his men in the same order as before, but set off at a run, taking flight by the quickest way not to the palisade or yet to the wall of the Thebans, but towards Phocis, desiring as quickly as possible to reach the Hellespont. 67. These, I say, were thus directing their march, and in the meantime, while the other Hellenes who were on the side of the king were purposely slack in the fight, the Boeotians fought with the Athenians for a long space. For those of the Thebans who took the side of the Medes had no small zeal for the cause, and they fought and were not slack, so that 300 of them, the first and best of all, fell there by the hands of the Athenians, and when these also turned to flight, they fled to Thebes. Not to the same place as the Persians, and the main body of the other allies fled without having fought constantly with any one or displayed any deeds of valor. 68. And this is an additional proof to me that all the fortunes of the barbarians depended upon the Persians, namely that at that time these men fled before they had even engaged with the enemy, because they saw the Persians doing so. Thus all were in flight except only the cavalry, including also that of the Boeotians, and this rendered service to the fugitives by constantly keeping close to the enemy and separating the fugitives of their own side from the Hellenes. 69. The victors then were coming after the troops of Xerxes, both pursuing them and slaughtering them. And during the time when this panic arose, the report was brought to the other Hellenes who had posted themselves about the temple of Hera and had been absent from the battle, that a battle had taken place and that the troops of Pausanias were gaining the victory. When they heard this, then without ranging themselves in any order the Corinthians and those near them turned to go by the skirts of the mountain and by the low hills along the way which led straight up to the temple of Demeter, while the Megarians and Phlyacians and those near them went by the plain along the smoothest way. When however the Megarians and Phlyacians came near to the enemy, the cavalry of the Thebans caught sight of them from a distance hurrying along without any order, and rode up to attack them. The commander of the cavalry being Assipodoros the son of Timander. And having fallen upon them they slew 600 of them, and the rest they pursued and drove to Kithaeron. 70. These then perished thus ingloriously. And meanwhile the Persians and the rest of the throng, having fled for refuge to the palisade, succeeded in getting up to the towers before the Lacedaemonians came, and having got up they strengthened the wall of defense as best they could. Then when the Lacedaemonians came up to attack it, there began between them a vigorous fight for the wall, for so long as the Athenians were away, they defended themselves and had much the advantage over the Lacedaemonians, since these did not understand the art of fighting against walls. But when the Athenians came up to help them, then there was a fierce fight for the wall, lasting for a long time, and at length by valor and endurance the Athenians mounted up on the wall and made a breach in it, through which the Hellenes poured in. Now the Tegeans were the first who entered the wall, and these were they who plundered the tent of Mardonios, taking, besides the other things which were in it, also the manger of his horse, which was all of bronze and a sight worth seeing. This manger of Mardonios was dedicated by the Tegeans as an offering in the temple of Athena Leia, but all the other things which they took, they brought to the common stock of the Hellenes. The barbarians however, after the wall had been captured, no longer formed themselves into any close body, nor did any of them think of making resistance, but they were utterly at a loss, as you might expect from men who were in a panic with many myriads of them shut up together in a small space, and the Hellenes were able to slaughter them so that out of an army of 30 myriads, if those 4 be subtracted which Artabatzos took with him in his flight, of the remainder not 3,000 men survived. Of the Lacedaemonians from Sparta there were slain in the battle 91 in all, of the Tegeans 16, and of the Athenians 250. 71. Among the barbarians those who proved themselves the best men were, of those on foot the Persians, and of the cavalry the Sacans, and for a single man Mardonios it is said was the best. Of the Hellenes, though both the Tegeans and the Athenians proved themselves good men, yet the Lacedaemonians surpassed them in valor. Of this I have no other proof, for all these were victorious over their opposites, but only this, that they fought against the strongest part of the enemy's force and overcame it. And the man who proved himself in my opinion by much the best was that Aristodemos who, having come back safe from Thermopylae alone of the 300, had reproach and dishonor attached to him. After him the best were Posidonios and Philocion and Amampharidos the Spartan. However, when there came to be conversation as to which of them had proved himself the best, the Spartans who were present gave it as their opinion that Aristodemos had evidently wished to be slain in consequence of the charge which lay against him. And so, being as it were in a frenzy in leaving his place in the ranks, he had displayed great deeds, whereas Posidonios had proved himself a good man although he did not desire to be slain. And so far he was the better man of the two. This however they perhaps said from ill will, and all these whose names I mentioned among the men who were killed in this battle, were specially honored, except Aristodemos. But Aristodemos, since he desired to be slain on account of the before-mentioned charge, was not honored. 72. These obtained the most renown of those who fought at Plataea, for as for Callicrates, the most beautiful who came to the camp, not of the Lacedaemonians alone, but also of all the Hellenes of his time, he was not killed in the battle itself. But when Pausanias was offering sacrifice, he was wounded by an arrow in the side, as he was sitting down in his place in the ranks. And while the others were fighting, he having been carried out of the ranks was dying a lingering death, and he said to Arimnestos a Plataean that it did not grieve him to die for Hellas, but it grieved him only that he had not proved his strength of hand, and that no deed of valor had been displayed by him worthy of the spirit which he had in him to perform great deeds. 73. Of the Athenians the man who gained most glory is said to have been Sophanes the son of Eutychides of the demi of Decelea, a demi of which the inhabitants formerly did a deed that was of service to them for all time. As the Athenians themselves report. For when of old the sons of Tyndareus invaded the Attic land with a great host, in order to bring home Helen, and were laying waste the demes, not knowing to what place of hiding Helen had been removed, then they say that the men of Decelea, or as some say Declos himself, being aggrieved by the insolence of Theseus and fearing for all the land of the Athenians, told them the whole matter and led them to Aphidnae. Which Titacos who was sprung from the soil delivered up by treachery to the sons of Tyndareus. In consequence of this deed the Deceleans have had continually freedom from dues in Sparta and front seats at the games, privileges which exist still to this day. Insomuch that even in the war which many years after these events arose between the Athenians and the Peloponnesians, when the Lacedaemonians laid waste all the rest of Attica, they abstained from injury to Decelea. 74. To this demi belonged Sophanes, who showed himself the best of all the Athenians in this battle, and of him there are two different stories told, one that he carried an anchor of iron bound by chains of bronze to the belt of his corslet. And this he threw whensoever he came up with the enemy, in order, they say, that the enemy when they came forth out of their ranks might not be able to move him from his place. And when a flight of his opponents took place, his plan was to take up the anchor first and then pursue after them. This story is reported thus. But the other of the stories, disputing the truth of that which has been told above, is reported as follows, namely that upon his shield, which was ever moving about and never remaining still, he bore an anchor as a device. And not one of iron bound to his corslet. 75. There was another illustrious deed done too by Sophanes, for when the Athenians besieged Aegina he challenged to a fight and slew Eurybates the Argive, one who had been victor in the 5 contests at the games. To Sophanes himself it happened after these events that when he was general of the Athenians together with Legros the son of Glaucon, he was slain after proving himself a good man by the Edonians at Dayton, fighting for the gold mines. 76. When the barbarians had been laid low by the Hellenes at Plataea, there approached to these a woman, the concubine of Pharyndates the son of Thespes a Persian, coming over of her own free will from the enemy. Who when she perceived that the Persians had been destroyed and that the Hellenes were the victors, descended from her carriage and came up to the Lacedaemonians while they were yet engaged in the slaughter. This woman had adorned herself with many ornaments of gold, and her attendants likewise, and she had put on the fairest robe of those which she had. And when she saw that Pausanias was directing everything there, being well acquainted before with his name and with his lineage, because she had heard it often, she recognized Pausanias and taking hold of his knees she said these words, O King of Sparta, deliver me thy suppliant from the slavery of the captive, for thou hast also done me service hitherto in destroying these, who have regard neither for demigods nor yet for gods. I am by race of Cos, the daughter of Hegetorides the son of Antagoras, and the Persian took me by force in Cos and kept me a prisoner. He made answer in these words, Woman, be of good courage, both because thou art a suppliant, and also if in addition to this it chances that thou art speaking the truth and art the daughter of Hegetorides the Cone, who is bound to me as a guest friend more than any other of the men who dwell in those parts. Having thus spoken, for that time he gave her in charge to those ephors who were present, and afterwards he sent her away to Aegina, whither she herself desired to go. 77. After the arrival of the woman, forthwith upon this arrived the Mantineans, when all was over. And having learnt that they had come too late for the battle, they were greatly grieved, and said that they deserved to be punished, and being informed that the Medes with Artabatzos were in flight, they pursued after them as far as Thessaly. Though the Lacedaemonians endeavored to prevent them from pursuing after fugitives. Then returning back to their own country they sent the leaders of their army into exile from the land. After the Mantineans came the Eleans, and they, like the Mantineans, were greatly grieved by it and so departed home. And these also when they had returned sent their leaders into exile. So much of the Mantineans and Eleans. 78. At Plataea among the troops of the Aeginetans was Lampon the son of Pythias, one of the leading men of the Aeginetans, who was moved to go to Pausanias with a most impious proposal, and when he had come with haste, he said as follows, Son of Cleombrotus, a deed has been done by thee which is of marvelous greatness and glory. And to thee God has permitted by rescuing Hellas to lay up for thyself the greatest renown of all the Hellenes about whom we have any knowledge. Do thou then perform also that which remains to do after these things, in order that yet greater reputation may attach to thee. And also that in future every one of the barbarians may beware of being the beginner of presumptuous deeds towards the Hellenes. For when Leonidas was slain at Thermopylae, Mardonios and Xerxes cut off his head and crucified him, to him therefore do thou repay like with like. And thou shalt have praise first from all the Spartans and then secondly from the other Hellenes also. For if thou impale the body of Mardonios, thou wilt then have taken vengeance for Leonidas thy father's brother. 79. He said this thinking to give pleasure. But the other made him answer in these words, Stranger of Aegina, I admire thy friendly spirit and thy forethought for me, but thou hast failed of a good opinion nevertheless, for having exalted me on high and my family and my deed. Thou didst then cast me down to naught by advising me to do outrage to a dead body, and by saying that if I do this I shall be better reported of. These things it is more fitting for barbarians to do than for Hellenes, and even with them we find fault for doing so. However that may be, I do not desire in any such manner as this to please either Aeginetans or others who like such things. But it is enough for me that I should keep from unholy deeds, yea and from unholy speech also, and so please the Spartans. As for Leonidas, whom thou biddest me avenge, I declare that he has been greatly avenged already, and by the unnumbered lives which have been taken of these men he has been honored. And not he only but also the rest who brought their lives to an end at Thermopylae. As for thee however, come not again to me with such a proposal, nor give me such advice, and be thankful moreover that thou hast no punishment for it now. 80. He having heard this went his way. And Pausanias made a proclamation that none should lay hands upon the spoil, and he ordered the Helots to collect the things together. They accordingly dispersed themselves about the camp and found tents furnished with gold and silver, and beds overlaid with gold and overlaid with silver, and mixing bowls of gold, and cups and other drinking vessels. They found also sacks laid upon wagons, in which there proved to be cauldrons both of gold and of silver. And from the dead bodies which lay there they stripped bracelets and collars, and also their swords if they were of gold, for as to embroidered raiment, there was no account made of it. Then the Helots stole many of the things and sold them to the Aeginetans, but many things also they delivered up, as many of them as they could not conceal. So that the great wealth of the Aeginetans first came from this, that they bought the gold from the Helots making pretense that it was brass. 81. Then having brought the things together, and having set apart a tithe for the god of Delphi, with which the offering was dedicated of the golden tripod which rests upon the three-headed serpent of bronze and stands close by the altar. And also for the god at Olympia, with which they dedicated the offering of a bronze statue of Zeus 10 cubits high, and finally for the god at the Isthmus, with which was made a bronze statue of Poseidon 7 cubits high. Having set apart these things, they divided the rest, and each took that which they ought to have, including the concubines of the Persians and the gold and the silver and the other things, and also the beasts of burden. How much was set apart and given to those of them who had proved themselves the best men at Plataea is not reported by any, though for my part one supposed that gifts were made to these also. Pausanias however had 10 of each thing set apart and given to him, that is women, horses, talents, camels, and so also of the other things. 82. It is said moreover that this was done which here follows, namely that Xerxes in his flight from Hellas had left to Mardonios the furniture of his own tent. And Pausanias accordingly seeing the furniture of Mardonios furnished with gold and silver and hangings of different colors ordered the bakers and the cooks to prepare a meal as they were used to do for Mardonios. Then when they did this as they had been commanded, it is said that Pausanias seeing the couches of gold and of silver with luxurious coverings, and the tables of gold and silver, and the magnificent apparatus of the feast, was astonished at the good things set before him, and for sport he ordered his own servants to prepare a Laconian meal. And as, when the banquet was served, the difference between the two was great, Pausanias laughed and sent for the commanders of the Hellenes. And when these had come together, Pausanias said, pointing to the preparation of the two meals severally, Hellenes, for this reason I assembled you together, because I desire to show you the senselessness of this leader of the Medes. Who having such fare as this, came to us who have such sorry fare as ye see here, in order to take it away from us. Thus it is said that Pausanias spoke to the commanders of the Hellenes. 83, however, in later time after these events many of the Plataeans also found chests of gold and of silver and of other treasures. And moreover afterwards this which follows was seen in the case of the dead bodies here, after the flesh had been stripped off from the bones. For the Plataeans brought together the bones all to one place, there was found, I say, a skull with no suture but all of one bone, and there was seen also a jawbone, that is to say the upper part of the jaw, which had teeth joined together and all of one bone, both the teeth that bite and those that grind. And the bones were seen also of a man 5 cubits high. 84. The body of Mardonios however had disappeared on the day after the battle, taken by whom I am not able with certainty to say, but I have heard the names of many men of various cities who are said to have buried Mardonios. And I know that many received gifts from Artantes the son of Mardonios for having done this, who he was however who took up and buried the body of Mardonios I am not able for certain to discover. But Dionysophanes an Ephesian is reported with some show of reason to have been he who buried Mardonios. 85. He then was buried in some such manner as this, and the Hellenes when they had divided the spoil at Plataea proceeded to bury their dead, each nation apart by themselves. The Spartans made for themselves 3 several burial places, one in which they buried the younger Spartans, of whom also were Posidonios, Amampharidos, Philocion and Callicrates. In one of the graves, I say, were laid the younger men. In the second the rest of the Spartans, and in the third the Helots. These then thus buried their dead, but the Tegeans buried theirs all together in a place apart from these, and the Athenians theirs together, and the Megarians and Phliasians those who had been slain by the cavalry. Of all these the burial places had bodies laid in them, but as to the burial places of other states which are to be seen at Plataea, these, as I am informed, are all mere mounds of earth without any bodies in them, raised by the several peoples on account of posterity, because they were ashamed of their absence from the fight. For among others there is one there called the burial place of the Aeginetans, which I hear was raised at the request of the Aeginetans by Cleades the son of Autodicus, a man of Plataea who was their public guest friend. No less than 10 years after these events. 86. When the Hellenes had buried their dead at Plataea, forthwith they determined in common council to march upon Thebes and to ask the Thebans to surrender those who had taken the side of the Medes. And among the first of them Timagenides and Adaginos, who were leaders equal to the first. And if the Thebans did not give them up, they determined not to retire from the city until they had taken it. Having thus resolved, they came accordingly on the 11th day after the battle and began to besiege the Thebans, bidding them give the men up, and as the Thebans refused to give them up, they began to lay waste their land and also to attack their wall. 87. So then, as they did not cease their ravages, on the 20th day Timagenides spoke as follows to the Thebans, Thebans. Since it has been resolved by the Hellenes not to retire from the siege until either they have taken Thebes or ye have delivered us up to them, now therefore let not the land of Boeotia suffer any more for our sakes. But if they desire to have money and are demanding our surrender as a color for this, let us give them money taken out of the treasury of the state. For we took the side of the Medes together with the state and not by ourselves alone, but if they are making the siege truly in order to get us into their hands, then we will give ourselves up for trial. In this it was thought that he spoke very well and seasonably, and the Thebans forthwith sent a herald to Pausanias offering to deliver up the men. 88. After they had made an agreement on these terms, Adaginos escaped out of the city. And when his sons were delivered up to Pausanias, he released them from the charge, saying that the sons had no share in the guilt of taking the side of the Medes. As to the other men whom the Thebans delivered up, they supposed that they would get a trial, and they trusted moreover to be able to repel the danger by payment of money. But Pausanias, when he had received them, suspecting this very thing, first dismissed the whole army of allies, and then took the men to Corinth and put them to death there. These were the things which happened at Plataea and at Thebes. 89. Artabatzos meanwhile, the son of Pharnax, in his flight from Plataea was by this time getting forward on his way, and the Thessalians, when he came to them, offered him hospitality and inquired concerning the rest of the army, not knowing anything of that which had happened at Plataea. And Artabatzos knowing that if he should tell them the whole truth about the fighting, he would run the risk of being destroyed, both himself and the whole army which was with him. For he thought that they would all set upon him if they were informed of that which had happened, reflecting, I say, upon this he had told nothing of it to the Phocians, and now to the Thessalians he spoke as follows, I, as you see, Thessalians, am earnest to march by the shortest way to Thracia. And I am in great haste, having been sent with these men for a certain business from the army, moreover Mardonios himself and his army are shortly to be looked for here, marching close after me. To him give entertainment and show yourselves serviceable, for ye will not in the end repent of so doing. Having thus said he continued to march his army with haste through Thessaly and Macedonia straight for Thracia, being in truth earnest to proceed and going through the land by the shortest possible way, and so he came to Byzantium. Having left behind him great numbers of his army, who had either been cut down by the Thracians on the way or had been overcome by hunger and fatigue. And from Byzantium he passed over in ships. He himself then thus made his return back to Asia. 90. Now on the same day on which the defeat took place at Plataea, another took place also, as fortune would have it, at Mycale in Ionia. For when the Hellenes who had come in the ships with Leotychides the Lacedaemonian, were lying at Delos, there came to them as envoys from Samos Lampon the son of Thrasycles and Athenagoras the son of Archestratides and Hegesistratos the son of Aristagoras, who had been sent by the people of Samos without the knowledge either of the Persians or of the despot Theomester the son of Androdamas, whom the Persians had set up to be despot of Samos. When these had been introduced before the commanders, Hegesistratos spoke at great length using arguments of all kinds, and saying that so soon as the Ionians should see them they would at once revolt from the Persians, and that the barbarians would not wait for their attack. And if after all they did so, then the Hellenes would take a prize such as they would never take again hereafter. And appealing to the gods worshipped in common he endeavored to persuade them to rescue from slavery men who were Hellenes and to drive away the barbarian, and this he said was easy for them to do. For the ships of the enemy sailed badly and were no match for them in fight. Moreover, if the Hellenes suspected that they were endeavoring to bring them on by fraud, they were ready to be taken as hostages in their ships. 91. Then as the stranger of Samos was urgent in his prayer, Leotychides inquired thus, either desiring to hear for the sake of the omen or perhaps by a chance which Providence brought about, Stranger of Samos, what is thy name? He said, Hegesistratos. The other cut short the rest of the speech, stopping all that Hegesistratos had intended to say further, and said, I accept the augury given in Hegesistratos, Stranger of Samos. Do thou on thy part see that thou give us assurance, thou and the men who are with thee, that the Samians will without fail be our zealous allies, and after that sail away home. 92. Thus he spoke and to the words he added the deed. For forthwith the Samians gave assurance and made oaths of alliance with the Hellenes, and having so done the others sailed away home, but Hegesistratos he bade sail with the Hellenes, considering the name to be an augury of good success. Then the Hellenes after staying still that day made sacrifices for success on the next day, their diviner being Diphonos the son of Euenios and Apolloniate, of that Apollonia which lies in the Ionian Gulf. 93. To this man's father Euenios it happened as follows, there are at this place Apollonia sheep sacred to the sun, which during the day feed by a river running from Mount Lacmon through the land of Apollonia to the sea by the haven of Oricos. And by night they are watched by men chosen for this purpose, who are the most highly considered of the citizens for wealth and noble birth, each man having charge of them for a year. For the people of Apollonia set great store on these sheep by reason of an oracle, and they are folded in a cave at some distance from the city. Here at the time of which I speak this man Euenios was keeping watch over them, having been chosen for that purpose. And it happened one night that he fell asleep during his watch, and wolves came by into the cave and killed about 60 of the sheep. When he perceived this, he kept it secret and told no one, meaning to buy others and substitute them in the place of those that were killed. It was discovered however by the people of Apollonia that this had happened. And when they were informed of it, they brought him up before a court and condemned him to be deprived of his eyesight for having fallen asleep during his watch. But when they had blinded Euenios, forthwith after this their flock ceased to bring forth young and their land to bear crops as before. Then prophesyings were uttered to them both at Dodona and also at Delphi, when they asked the prophets the cause of the evil which they were suffering. And they told them that they had done unjustly in depriving of his sight Euenios the watcher of the sacred sheep. For the gods of whom they inquired had themselves sent the wolves to attack the sheep. And they would not cease to take vengeance for him till the men of Apollonia should have paid to Euenios such satisfaction as he himself should choose and deem sufficient. And this being fulfilled, the gods would give to Euenios a gift of such a kind that many men would think him happy in that he possessed it. 94. These oracles then were uttered to them, and the people of Apollonia, making a secret of it, proposed to certain men of the citizens to manage the affair. And they managed it for them thus: when Euenios was sitting on a seat in public, they came and sat by him, and conversed about other matters, and at last they came to sympathizing with him in his misfortune. And thus leading him on they asked what satisfaction he should choose, if the people of Apollonia should undertake to give him satisfaction for that which they had done. He then, not having heard the oracle, made choice and said that if there should be given him the lands belonging to certain citizens, naming those whom he knew to possess the 2 best lots of land in Apollonia, and a dwelling house also with these, which he knew to be the best house in the city, if he became the possessor of these, he said, he would have no anger against them for the future, and this satisfaction would be sufficient for him if it should be given. Then as he was thus speaking, the men who sat by him said interrupting him, Euenios, this satisfaction the Apolloniates pay to thee for thy blinding in accordance with the oracles which have been given to them. Upon this he was angry, being thus informed of the whole matter and considering that he had been deceived, and they bought the property from those who possessed it and gave him that which he had chosen. And forthwith after this he had a natural gift of divination, so that he became very famous. 95. Of this Euenios, I say, Diphonos was the son, and he was acting as diviner for the army, being brought by the Corinthians. I have heard however also that Diphonos wrongly made use of the name of Euenios, and undertook work of this kind about Hellas, not being really the son of Euenios. 96. Now when the sacrifices were favorable to the Hellenes, they put their ships to sea from Delos to go to Samos. And having arrived off Calomysa in Samos, they moored their ships there opposite the temple of Hera which is at this place, and made preparations for a sea fight. But the Persians, being informed that they were sailing thither, put out to sea also and went over to the mainland with their remaining ships. Those of the Phoenicians having been already sent away to sail home for deliberating of the matter, they thought it good not to fight a battle by sea, since they did not think that they were a match for the enemy. And they sailed away to the mainland in order that they might be under the protection of their land army which was in Mycale. A body which had stayed behind the rest of the army by command of Xerxes and was keeping watch over Ionia, of this the number was 6 myriads and the commander of it was Tigranes, who in beauty and stature excelled the other Persians. The commanders of the fleet then had determined to take refuge under the protection of this army, and to draw up their ships on shore and put an enclosure round as a protection for the ships and a refuge for themselves. 97. Having thus determined they began to put out to sea. And they came along by the temple of the revered goddesses, to the Gazon and to Scolopeus in Mycale, where there is a temple of the Eleusinian Demeter, which Philistos the son of Pasicles erected when he had accompanied Neleus the son of Codrus for the founding of Miletos. And there they drew up their ships on shore and put an enclosure round them of stones and timber, cutting down fruit trees for this purpose. And they fixed stakes round the enclosure and made their preparations either for being besieged or for gaining a victory, for in making their preparations they reckoned for both chances. 98. The Hellenes however, when they were informed that the barbarians had gone away to the mainland, were vexed because they thought that they had escaped. And they were in a difficulty what they should do, whether they should go back home, or sail down towards the Hellespont. At last they resolved to do neither of these two things, but to sail on to the mainland. Therefore when they had prepared as for a sea fight both boarding bridges and all other things that were required, they sailed towards Mycale. And when they came near to the camp and no one was seen to put out against them, but they perceived ships drawn up within the wall and a large land army ranged along the shore, then first Leotychides, sailing along in his ship and coming as near to the shore as he could, made proclamation by a herald to the Ionians, saying, Ionians, those of you who chance to be within hearing of me, attend to this which I say, for the Persians will not understand anything at all of that which I enjoin to you. When we join battle, each one of you must remember first the freedom of all, and then the watchword, Hebe, and this let him also who has not heard know from him who has heard. The design in this act was the same as that of Themistocles at Artemisium. For it was meant that either the words uttered should escape the knowledge of the barbarians and persuade the Ionians, or that they should be reported to the barbarians and make them distrustful of the Hellenes. 99. After Leotychides had thus suggested, then next the Hellenes proceeded to bring their ships up to land, and they disembarked upon the shore. These then were ranging themselves for fight. And the Persians, when they saw the Hellenes preparing for battle and also that they had given exhortation to the Ionians, in the first place deprived the Samians of their arms, suspecting that they were inclined to the side of the Hellenes. For when the Athenian prisoners, the men whom the army of Xerxes had found left behind in Attica, had come in the ships of the barbarians, the Samians had ransomed these and sent them back to Athens, supplying them with means for their journey. And for this reason especially they were suspected, since they had ransomed 500 persons of the enemies of Xerxes. Then secondly the Persians appointed the Milesians to guard the passes which lead to the summits of Mycale, on the pretext that they knew the country best, but their true reason for doing this was that they might be out of the camp. Against these of the Ionians, who, as they suspected, would make some hostile move if they found the occasion, the Persians sought to secure themselves in the manner mentioned. And they themselves then brought together their wickerwork shields to serve them as a fence. 100. Then when the Hellenes had made all their preparations, they proceeded to the attack of the barbarians. And as they went, a rumor came suddenly to their whole army, and at the same time a herald's staff was found lying upon the beach. And the rumor went through their army to this effect, namely that the Hellenes were fighting in Boeotia and conquering the army of Mardonios. Now by many signs is the divine power seen in earthly things, and by this among others, namely that now, when the day of the defeat at Plataea and of that which was about to take place at Mycale happened to be the same, a rumor came to the Hellenes here, so that the army was encouraged much more and was more eagerly desirous to face the danger. 101. Moreover this other thing by coincidence happened besides, namely that there was a sacred enclosure of the Eleusinian Demeter close by the side of both the battlefields. For not only in the Plataean land did the fight take place close by the side of the temple of Demeter, as I have before said, but also in Mycale it was to be so likewise. And whereas the rumor which came to them said that a victory had been already gained by the Hellenes with Pausanias, this proved to be a true report. For that which was done at Plataea came about while it was yet early morning, but the fighting at Mycale took place in the afternoon. And that it happened on the same day of the same month as the other became evident to them not long afterwards, when they inquired into the matter. Now they had been afraid before the rumor arrived, not for themselves so much as for the Hellenes generally, lest Hellas should stumble and fall over Mardonios. But when this report had come suddenly to them, they advanced on the enemy much more vigorously and swiftly than before. The Hellenes then and the barbarians were going with eagerness into the battle, since both the islands and the Hellespont were placed before them as prizes of the contest. 102. Now for the Athenians and those who were ranged next to them, to the number perhaps of half the whole army, the road lay along the sea, beach and over level ground. While the Lacedaemonians and those ranged in order by these were compelled to go by a ravine and along the mountain side, so while the Lacedaemonians were yet going round, those upon the other wing were already beginning the fight. And as long as the wickerwork shields of the Persians still remained upright, they continued to defend themselves and had rather the advantage in the fight. But when the troops of the Athenians and of those ranged next to them, desiring that the achievement should belong to them and not to the Lacedaemonians, with exhortations to one another set themselves more vigorously to the work. Then from that time forth the fortune of the fight was changed. For these pushed aside the wickerwork shields and fell upon the Persians with a rush all in one body, and the Persians sustained their first attack and continued to defend themselves for a long time, but at last they fled to the wall. And the Athenians, Corinthians, Sicyonians and Troezenians, for that was the order in which they were ranged, followed close after them and rushed in together with them to the space within the wall, and when the wall too had been captured. Then the barbarians no longer betook themselves to resistance, but began at once to take flight, excepting only the Persians, who formed into small groups and continued to fight with the Hellenes as they rushed in within the wall. Of the commanders of the Persians 2 made their escape and 2 were slain. Artaintes and Ithomaidas commanders of the fleet escaped, while Mardontes and the commander of the land army, Tigranes, were slain. 103. Now while the Persians were still fighting, the Lacedaemonians and those with them arrived, and joined in carrying through the rest of the work. And of the Hellenes themselves many fell there and especially many of the Sicyonians, together with their commander Perilaus. And those of the Samians who were serving in the army, being in the camp of the Medes and having been deprived of their arms, when they saw that from the very first the battle began to be doubtful, did as much as they could, endeavoring to give assistance to the Hellenes. And the other Ionians seeing that the Samians had set the example, themselves also upon that made revolt from the Persians and attacked the barbarians. 104. The Milesians too had been appointed to watch the passes of the Persians in order to secure their safety, so that if that should after all come upon them which actually came, they might have guides and so get safe away to the summits of Mycale. The Milesians, I say, had been appointed to do this, not only for that end but also for fear that, if they were present in the camp, they might make some hostile move, but they did in fact the opposite of that which they were appointed to do. For they not only directed them in the flight by other than the right paths, by paths indeed which led towards the enemy, but also at last they themselves became their worst foes and began to slay them. Thus then for the second time Ionia revolted from the Persians. 105. In this battle, of the Hellenes the Athenians were the best men, and of the Athenians Hermolycos the son of Euthynos, a man who had trained for the pancration. This Hermolycos after these events, when there was war between the Athenians and the Carystians, was killed in battle at Kernos in the Carystian land near Geraistos, and there was buried. After the Athenians the Corinthians, Troezenians and Sicyonians were the best. 106. When the Hellenes had slain the greater number of the barbarians, some in the battle and others in their flight, they set fire to the ships and to the whole of the wall, having first brought out the spoil to the seashore. And among the rest they found some stores of money. So having set fire to the wall and to the ships they sailed away. And when they came to Samos, the Hellenes deliberated about removing the inhabitants of Ionia, and considered where they ought to settle them in those parts of Hellas of which they had command. Leaving Ionia to the barbarians, for it was evident to them that it was impossible on the one hand for them to be always stationed as guards to protect the Ionians, and on the other hand, if they were not stationed to protect them, they had no hope that the Ionians would escape with impunity from the Persians. Therefore it seemed good to those of the Peloponnesians that were in authority that they should remove the inhabitants of the trading ports which belonged to those peoples of Hellas who had taken the side of the Medes, and give that land to the Ionians to dwell in. But the Athenians did not think it good that the inhabitants of Ionia should be removed at all, nor that the Peloponnesians should consult about Athenian colonies, and as these vehemently resisted the proposal, the Peloponnesians gave way. So the end was that they joined as allies to their league the Samians, Chians, Lesbians, and the other islanders who chanced to be serving with the Hellenes, binding them by assurance and by oaths to remain faithful and not withdraw from the league, and having bound these by oaths they sailed to break up the bridges, for they supposed they would find them still stretched over the straits. These then were sailing towards the Hellespont. 107. And meanwhile those barbarians who had escaped and had been driven to the heights of Mycale, being not many in number, were making their way to Sardis, and as they went by the way, Megestheus the son of Darius, who had been present at the disaster which had befallen them, was saying many evil things of the commander Artaintes, and among other things he said that in respect of the generalship which he had shown he was worse than a woman, and that he deserved every kind of evil for having brought evil on the house of the king. Now with the Persians to be called worse than a woman is the greatest possible reproach. So he, after he had been much reviled, at length became angry and drew his sword upon Megestheus, meaning to kill him. And as he was running upon him, Xerxes the son of Prexeleos, a man of Halicarnassos, perceived it, who was standing just behind Artaintes, and this man seized him by the middle and lifting him up dashed him upon the ground. And meanwhile the spearmen of Megestheus came in front to protect him. Thus did Xerxes, and thus he laid up thanks for himself both with Megestheus and also with Xerxes for saving the life of his brother. And for this deed Xerxes became ruler of all Cilicia by the gift of the king. Nothing further happened than this as they went on their way, but they arrived at Sardis. Now at Sardis, as it chanced, King Xerxes had been staying ever since that time when he came thither in flight from Athens, after suffering defeat in the sea fight. 108. At that time, while he was in Sardis, he had a passionate desire, as it seems, for the wife of Megestheus, who was also there, and as she could not be bent to his will by his messages to her. And he did not wish to employ force because he had regard for his brother Megestheus, and the same consideration withheld the woman also, for she well knew that force would not be used towards her. Then Xerxes abstained from all else, and endeavored to bring about the marriage of his own son Darius with the daughter of this woman and of Megestheus, supposing that if he should do so he would obtain her more easily. Then having made the betrothal and done all the customary rites, he went away to Susa. And when he had arrived there and had brought the woman into his own house for Darius, then he ceased from attempting the wife of Megestheus, and changing his inclination he conceived a desire for the wife of Darius, who was daughter of Megestheus, and obtained her. Now the name of this woman was Artainte. 109. However, as time went on, this became known in the following manner: Amestris the wife of Xerxes had woven a mantle, large and of various work and a sight worthy to be seen, and this she gave to Xerxes. He then being greatly pleased put it on and went to Artainte. And being greatly pleased with her too, he bade her ask what she would to be given to her in return for the favors which she had granted to him, for she should obtain, he said, whatsoever she asked, and she, since it was destined that she should perish miserably with her whole house, said to Xerxes upon this, Wilt thou give me whatsoever I ask thee for? And he, supposing that she would ask anything rather than that which she did, promised this and swore to it. Then when he had sworn, she boldly asked for the mantle. And Xerxes tried every means of persuasion, not being willing to give it to her, and that for no other reason but only because he feared Amestris, lest by her, who even before this had some inkling of the truth, he should thus be discovered in the act. And he offered her cities and gold in any quantity, and an army which no one else should command except herself. Now this of an army is a thoroughly Persian gift. Since however he did not persuade her, he gave her the mantle. And she being overjoyed by the gift wore it and prided herself upon it. 110. And Amestris was informed that she had it. And having learnt that which was being done, she was not angry with the woman, but supposing that her mother was the cause and that she was bringing this about, she planned destruction for the wife of Megestheus. She waited then until her husband Xerxes had a royal feast set before him. This feast is served up once in the year on the day on which the king was born, and the name of this feast is in Persian Tikta, which in the tongue of the Hellenes means, complete. Also on this occasion alone the king washes his head, and he makes gifts then to the Persians. Amestris, I say, waited for this day and then asked of Xerxes that the wife of Megestheus might be given to her. And he considered it a strange and untoward thing to deliver over to her his brother's wife, especially since she was innocent of this matter, for he understood why she was making the request. 111. At last however as she continued to entreat urgently and he was compelled by the rule, namely that it is impossible among them that he who makes request when a royal feast is laid before the king should fail to obtain it. At last very much against his will consented. And in delivering her up he bade Amestris do as she desired, and meanwhile he sent for his brother and said these words, Mesestes, thou art the son of Dareios and my brother, and moreover in addition to this thou art a man of worth. I say to thee, live no longer with this wife with whom thou now livest, but I give thee instead of her my daughter, with her live as thy wife, but the wife whom thou now hast, do not keep. For it does not seem good to me that thou shouldest keep her. Mesestes then, marveling at that which was spoken, said these words, Master, how unprofitable a speech is this which thou utterest to me, in that thou biddest me send away a wife by whom I have sons who are grown up to be young men. And daughters one of whom even thou thyself didst take as a wife for thy son, and who is herself, as it chances, very much to my mind that thou biddest me, I say, send away her and take to wife thy daughter. I, O king, think it a very great matter that I am judged worthy of thy daughter. But nevertheless I will do neither of these things, and do not thou urge me by force to do such a thing as this, but for thy daughter another husband will be found not in any wise inferior to me, and let me, I pray thee, live still with my own wife. He returned answer in some such words as these. And Xerxes being stirred with anger said as follows, This then, Mesestes, is thy case, I will not give thee my daughter for thy wife, nor yet shalt thou live any longer with that one. In order that thou mayest learn to accept that which is offered thee. He then when he heard this went out, having first said these words, Master, thou hast not surely brought ruin upon me. 112. During this interval of time, while Xerxes was conversing with his brother, Amestris had sent the spearmen of Xerxes to bring the wife of Mesestes, and she was doing to her shameful outrage. For she cut away her breasts and threw them to dogs, and she cut off her nose and ears and lips and tongue, and sent her back home thus outraged. 113. Then Mesestes, not yet having heard any of these things, but supposing that some evil had fallen upon him, came running to his house. And seeing his wife thus mutilated, forthwith upon this he took counsel with his sons and set forth to go to Bactria together with his sons and doubtless some others also, meaning to make the province of Bactria revolt and to do the greatest possible injury to the king, and this in fact would have come to pass, as I imagine, if he had got up to the land of the Bactrians and Sacans before he was overtaken. For they were much attached to him, and also he was the governor of the Bactrians, but Xerxes being informed that he was doing this, sent after him an army as he was on his way, and slew both him and his sons and his army. So far of that which happened about the passion of Xerxes and the death of Mesestes. 114. Now the Hellenes who had set forth from Mycale to the Hellespont first moored their ships about Lecton, being stopped from their voyage by winds. And thence they came to Abydos and found that the bridges had been broken up, which they thought to find still stretched across, and on account of which especially they had come to the Hellespont. So the Peloponnesians which Leotychides resolved to sail back to Hellas, while the Athenians and Xanthippos their commander determined to stay behind there and to make an attempt upon the Chersonese. Those then sailed away, and the Athenians passed over from Abydos to the Chersonese and began to besiege Cestus. 115. To this town of Cestus, since it was the greatest stronghold of those in that region, men had come together from the cities which lay round it, when they heard that the Hellenes had arrived at the Hellespont. And especially there had come from the city of Cardia Oiabatzos a Persian, who had brought to Cestus the ropes of the bridges. The inhabitants of the city were Iolians, natives of the country, but there were living with them a great number of Persians and also of their allies. 116. And of the province Artaxerxes was despot, as governor under Xerxes, a Persian, but a man of desperate and reckless character, who also had practiced deception upon the king on his march against Athens, in taking away from Elias the things belonging to Protesilos the son of Iphiclos. For at Elias in the Chersonese there is the tomb of Protesilos with a sacred enclosure about it, where there were many treasures, with gold and silver cups and bronze and raiment and other offerings, which things Artaxerxes carried off as plunder, the king having granted them to him. And he deceived Xerxes by saying to him some such words as these, Master, there is here the house of a man, a Hellene, who made an expedition against thy land and met with his deserts and was slain, this man's house I ask thee to give to me. that every one may learn not to make expeditions against thy land. By saying this it was likely that he would easily enough persuade Xerxes to give him a man's house, not suspecting what was in his mind, and when he said that Protesilaus had made expedition against the land of the king. It must be understood that the Persians consider all Asia to be theirs and to belong to their reigning king. So when the things had been given him, he brought them from Elaeus to Cestus, and he sowed the sacred enclosure for crops and occupied it as his own. And he himself, whenever he came to Elaeus, had commerce with women in the inner cell of the temple. And now he was being besieged by the Athenians, when he had not made any preparation for a siege nor had been expecting that the Hellenes would come, for they fell upon him, as one may say, inevitably. 117. When however autumn came and the siege still went on, the Athenians began to be vexed at being absent from their own land and at the same time not able to conquer the fortress, and they requested their commanders to lead them away home. But these said that they would not do so, until either they had taken the town or the public authority of the Athenians sent for them home, and so they endured their present state. 118. Those however who were within the walls had now come to the greatest misery, so that they boiled down the girths of their beds and used them for food. And when they no longer had even these, then the Persians and with them Artaxerxes and Oiabatzos ran away and departed in the night, climbing down by the back part of the wall, where the place was left most unguarded by the enemy. And when day came, the men of the Chersonese signified to the Athenians from the towers concerning that which had happened, and opened the gates to them. So the greater number of them went in pursuit, and the rest occupied the city. 119. Now Oiabatzos, as he was escaping into Thrace, was caught by the Absinthian Thracians and sacrificed to their native god Pleistoros with their rites. And the rest who were with him they slaughtered in another manner, but Artaxerxes with his companions, who started on their flight later and were overtaken at a little distance above Aegospotami, defended themselves for a considerable time and were some of them killed and others taken alive. And the Hellenes had bound these and were bringing them to Cestus, and among them Artaxerxes also in bonds together with his son. 120. Then, it is said by the men of the Chersonese, as one of those who guarded them was frying dried fish, a portent occurred as follows. The dried fish when laid upon the fire began to leap and struggle just as if they were fish newly caught, and the others gathered round and were marveling at the portent. But Artaxerxes seeing it called to the man who was frying the fish and said, Stranger of Athens, be not at all afraid of this portent, seeing that it has not appeared for thee but for me. Protesilaus who dwells at Elaeus signifies thereby that though he is dead and his body is dried like those fish, yet he has power given him by the gods to exact vengeance from the man who does him wrong. Now therefore I desire to impose this penalty for him, that in place of the things which I took from the temple I should pay down 100 talents to the god. And moreover as ransom for myself and my son I will pay 200 talents to the Athenians, if my life be spared. Thus he engaged to do, but he did not prevail upon the commanders Xanthippos. For the people of Elaeus desiring to take vengeance for Protesilaus asked that he might be put to death, and the inclination of the commander himself tended to the same conclusion. They brought him therefore to that headland to which Xerxes made the passage across, or as some say to the hill which is over the town of Madidos, and there they nailed him to boards and hung him up. And they stoned his son to death before the eyes of Artaxerxes himself. 121. Having so done, they sailed away to Hellas, taking with them, besides other things, the ropes also of the bridges, in order to dedicate them as offerings in the temples, and for that year nothing happened further than this. 122. Now a forefather of this Artaxerxes who was hung up, was that Artambares who set forth to the Persians a proposal which they took up and brought before Cyrus, being to this effect, seeing that Zeus grants to the Persians leadership. And of all men to thee, O Cyrus, by destroying Astyages, come, since the land we possess is small and also rugged, let us change from it and inhabit another which is better, and there are many near at hand, and many also at a greater distance. Of which if we take one, we shall have greater reverence and from more men. It is reasonable too that men who are rulers should do such things, for when will there ever be a fairer occasion than now, when we are rulers of many nations and of the whole of Asia? Cyrus, hearing this and not being surprised at the proposal, bade them do so if they would, but he exhorted them and bade them prepare in that case to be no longer rulers but subjects. For, said he, from lands which are not rugged men who are not rugged are apt to come forth, since it does not belong to the same land to bring forth fruits of the earth which are admirable and also men who are good in war. So the Persians acknowledged that he was right and departed from his presence, having their opinion defeated by that of Cyrus, and they chose rather to dwell on poor land and be rulers, than to sow crops in a level plain and be slaves to others.